My new demon all the way in the back. Probably what else? Probably put an Escalade out. Put the new demon in the back, then the Escalade, and then the blockers. That EV up front. Man, put my new tire on. Stop playing with me, bro. Al messing up tires, guys. Got me paying for them. Al messing up tires, guys. Crazy. It's crazy work. All right, man. We need to get unbuckled. Unbuckled.
Unbuckle on?
All right, so I think this EV really need to be hitting the charger, guys. I'm not sure. This is definitely a blocker right here. This mug ain't moving nowhere. This one loud. This is the loudest thing in here right here. And it's long. 83 miles left on charge. Ooh. Y'all hear it? It's gonna be my last vehicle. This and the Benz. Yup. I'll just pull these out every day. Do I gotta let this warm up too, guys, before I move it? You heard it? You heard it barking? It was barking, my boy. You heard it?
I know I hear it correct.
Danny, what's up, man? You finna kill yourself. Hey, we ain't responsible. Yeah, that ain't a grenade launcher right there, my boy.
There we go. Holy Christ, you guys really got this guy. I'm getting weak.
You're gonna hurt yourself. Oh, don't do that.
Don't do it, Danny.
You don't got good insurance?
Oh, you going with the one who need the insurance.
I'll do it. I got gloves. I'll do it.
Where do you want all these straps?
Here go my dually. I'll take them over there right now.
Where you park your dually?
Over there because
Shout out to everyone that's in the stream. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody.
Phantom reactor! Phantom reactor!
like when you still.
Damn.
I'm sure everything is
Then
working.
sweat more. And sweat can irritate your skin. Take your skin to its happy place with Dove Men's Micro Moisture technology that nourishes skin. Dove Men. Care changes everything.
The Meats family has finally gained a member. Meet Applewood Smoked Ham. Smoked is their middle name. 2 for $7 ham and Swiss melts. Arby's, we have the meats.
I gotta figure out where the hell these demon boxes gonna go to. Now I got 2. I might have to put them over here in this corner behind this charger. Man, I just got too much shit, man. Oh yeah, look. That ZL1 gonna look good next to this one. Yeah, it's black though, man. Let's see. What y'all think, guys? We'll put the demon all the way in the back. What happened?
I think technically it could.
What's the
Nice and everything, but when you sit on them,
man? Who got garbage out here?
you can't stick your arm out the window.
Why you can't?
Because the door's too high compared to your arm will be like this.
Hmm?
Your arm will be like this.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Like
You're
this?
really doing a lean.
Put you in a lean.
You're doing the lean, right?
You trying to lean with it, rock? That's yours, Danny.
No, it's not.
You back here littering?
Not me. I don't need it now.
You gonna get?
Lipstick on
Gonna have to get evicted. Oh, that's what we went to see. Ain't nothing over there. Nothing. All right. Well, we need to get some 2x4s. I don't know if we got any. Over here. I don't think Al got nothing in his junk pile right there.
Yeah, that's the headboard somewhere. We had that leaning up against the
What happened?
Miguel had that leaning up against
You-
the trailer.
Oh, you been around here knocking headboards loose. Look what Daddy been
And then-
doing,
and then
guys.
He must have been having a good day. Because when he had his plow on, he pushed that boat all the way up there. I'm like, Miguel, what the hell are you doing?
Her boat is junk.
Yeah, I know.
What happened?
No, we're still in the Gale Black.
Still in this front door.
Someone's gonna walk on.
Look how high that door is. No steps. Still in Miguel's steps.
Oh, I can hear this stuff.
Should be.
Probably I need more.
Yeah, let me listen to this stream real quick.
All right, guys. Gotta get them down. Gotta get them down. My boy. What you eat today, Danny?
Check mix.
Okay, it's double playing because it's playing out the mic. Okay. The mic, is this the mic doing that? Let me cut them. Hold up. Mute the mic.
Some days I have good days, some days I don't, you know?
What you mean?
The feeling I have inside here, you know, like sometimes it's hard to get up. Because,
When you gotta go back to the hospital?
I get another check in 6 months
6 months.
for the cancer, yeah.
So they got it all out.
That's what they said, yeah, they got it all out. I didn't have to go for chemo.
Phantom Reactor! Who's ready for daddy? Oh shit! Oh
Yeah, so it's working. I just need to get it. Oh shit. I just need to get it set up to where I can actually hear the shit.
Man, this camera actually looks really nice.
Yep. 170.
Phantom Reactor!
Shout out to everybody that's watching right now.
You look like you could handle some drinks.
Like, come on, man. I don't even want to answer that question, man. Like, it's like people are just dumb now, man. Of course there's benefits to joining a guild. Like, come on, like, I'm not even answering it. Like, I hate this new fucking world, man. It's just like no one has a brain, bro. It's like, are these people even alive, man? Of course. Like, what the fuck? Like, why are you even asking that kind of question? Like, yes, like I don't even answer it. Like, I feel dumb by even answering that question. Oh, man. Unbelievable. Now, if the person would have said maybe like, what are the advantages? Then that's a little bit different, but are there any advantages? Like why would they have the guilds in the game if there's no advantages? Like, to being in one, like, come on, man.
I'll be on my way.
I know exactly what it is. People just try to make you go out your way to have to specifically have to answer to them or do or say what they want. Do or say what they want you to do. That's what it is. That's what people be trying to do, basically. Like, a lot of times they know an answer, but they want you. It's like they want to control you type shit. Fuck these piece of shits. You ain't gonna control me as a content creator. I do what I want. Most other content creators have to do what the people say or whatever, kiss ass or I don't need y'all. I don't need the people. So, I mean, it helps to have them, but at the end of the day, everything for me is lined up beautifully. It's all going to happen regardless. One person in here, 3 people in here, 10,000 on YouTube, 500 on TikTok. It doesn't matter. Everything's lining up. It's all going to happen. So, but everyone's not like that. That's just specifically for me. Shit's annoying though, man. A lot of fake people. You really don't have true supporters. And I like it that way though, because when I make it to the top, don't owe no one a thing. Anyone else here looking for a guild? I like it, I love it like this. I owe no one a thing. The time's coming. I owe no one a damn thing. Owe no one nothing. People try to ride your nuts and want all the help and want all this shit once you're deemed to have made it. Whatever they deem that is in their eyes. Sit there and hate from afar until you make it ninja watching shit. Then it's like, oh yeah, I seen him, I know him. Yo, I seen him, man. Yeah, man, that's the guy I used to see working out all the time. Yeah, I know that guy. Yeah. Then that's when all the piece of shits come out.
pregnant single moms.
Crazy. And I'm just like, you are not gonna have any involvement in my life. I don't know you. You expecting anything from me? You get nothing. You get absolutely nothing. You don't even get acknowledgement from me. Fuck off. Anyways, hate these people, bro. So fake, man. New to the game. I'm not in the guild yet. What are the benefits? Okay, so this person's saying very similar question. It says, what are the benefits? Okay, no, that's a little bit different. I don't even want to answer that, man. I'm just looking for people who just say, yes, I'm looking, man. People make shit too difficult, man. Are you trying to join a guild or not, man? Yes or no? Yes, here's an invite. I ain't got time for all this shit, man. Let's see what else we can get.
Phantom reactor. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Anybody? You see on the desktop's different. On the cell phone, all the words are going up. Doesn't look the same on the phone. Gosh, it's probably like the second most popular hangout spot in the game. One of the top ones. A lot of people right here right now. It's actually a good place to come to. You want to go to like the bank and stuff. 'Cause everything's like literally right here. Come in here, and then the other side's right here. You might have to go across the tower. Yeah, it's definitely one of the better places to go if you want to not have to travel super far to deal with your inventory stuff. Like I said, some places have it set up to where you have to travel further to access these places. Most of them are not designed like this. Oh yeah. Ah. Yo, shout out to everybody that's watching.
Oh shit!
Shout out to everyone that's watching.
Phantom reactor! I need you all to hit the thumbs up. If not, I'm coming to take your mother and I will be your permanent stepfather. I'm not trolling, I'm not joking. I will be your stepfather. I need you to hit the thumbs up now.
See what he's doing at Field of Ruin. Make sure she's there. Or he. I think that's a. I don't know. I think it's a girl. What character is that? Revenant. We should go to. Doing a quest. Okay. Let's report from Crystal Oasis on the other guy. That's what he's doing down there. Yo, welcome to everyone that's watching the stream.
Phantom reactor! Oh, shit!
Thanks to you, we can go on to feed our people.
Welcome everybody that's watching.
Oh shit! Phantom reactor!
Don't let our pups escape.
Yo, welcome everyone that's watching.
Phantom reactor! Phantom reactor! Oh shit!
David, help protect our pups. I hate stunning the poor pups. They'll get away, huh?
So we're trying to recruit. That dude's at Dragonfall. Do I even have Dragonfall? Dude, go check on this guy. Oh yeah. See what he's doing at Dragonfall. I remember having to come here to get that sky scale. Yeah, there's waypoints out here. I don't know why it's not showing. Oh, because I don't have it unlocked. That's why it wasn't showing. Makes sense. Can I fly all the way up here? Nah, I knew that was gonna be too high, but doing this should allow me to get what I need. Goddamn dragon just fucking moved. No. That's a dragon, by the way. That's a dragon. Or just moved. What the fuck? Kind of messed me up when he did that. That was just like bad timing. I didn't make it move, it was just bad timing with the timing of the event. That shit had nothing to do with me. That's just crazy that happened right then and there. That's the first time I mean, I know it moves, but that's the first time I've seen it do that. Wait, where'd he go? Wait, Oh, all right. Okay. I should have just went to the waypoint. I was already out there. I should have went. I'm an idiot. It's fine. I should have went and finished and got the waypoint, man.
Commander, we've got a plan. First, we need to get rid of the smaller brandstorms.
Oh yeah, he's actually doing the event.
Sent his brandstorm disruptors to each camp.
I don't think I'm about to do this event.
They do.
Yeah, he got his cookie fucking nuts. Look at this shit.
Supplies to hit Krauk. Gorik's got some ideas there, of course.
No, he got a lot of time.
We'll take everything we've got and kick that damn dragon where it hurts.
Oh, two of them. Come on, man. I haven't recruited anyone. Gotta be someone that needs some guilds. A couple people who said some shit, but yo, what's up, Keisofu? Welcome in. Welcome, Keiso.
Phantom reactor! Oh, shit! Pregnant single moms!
See, I've made some more adjustments to the stuff, learning how to use and do more. Added a couple more noises to the soundboard. Yeah, it's a lot going. I could do stuff like that. Like I could start doing stuff like this and like stuff like that. When I just did that, did that look like that made sense? Like that worked, right? Like by hitting that, but then I start like moving my mouth and I don't actually say anything. That looked like that matched up, right? That seemed like that's how I should be doing it. Yeah, I thought so. So, like I can go from talking and then start getting animated. Yeah, so there's really a lot you can do. There's so much you can do with this shit for real.
Pregnant
and
single moms!
I can create stuff on the fly.
Who's ready for daddy?
That last one's awful. That last one. Are you ready for daddy? This guy me, no. That last one's awful, man. Are you ready for daddy? That's just hilarious. So yeah, this thing's hilarious, man. So I've definitely been looking up on it and learning a lot about it, and there's still a couple more things. I've been trying to get I'm trying to get these droid songs and stuff on here, but for some reason the board is not picking up the noises off my computer, and I have it set to where maybe there's something else, I'm doing something wrong, but once I can figure that out, it's over. But I'm trying to, it has the capability. Speaking of that, I could test this. Hold up. I'm supposed to be able to record this game. Hold up. It could record anything, so it could record this game as well. It could record Discord, and I can clip and make anything as a sound. Let me change the setting real quick. Put it on the game and see if this works. So we have it on the game. Let's see if it does it. I must have to adjust something else because it didn't even pick up the game. There has to be another setting I got to do. I won't be on Fortnite later, man. No, it's not picking that up. It's doing the same thing. Come on. No, it's not picking anything up for the... The only thing that I seem to have working that is picking up is the mic. I gotta go through and try to see if something else is wrong. I don't know what else could be wrong. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks, it sucks, it sucks. I don't know what else the problem could be. Right now I'm just gonna put it back on the mic because I could definitely record stuff on the mic and have it saved. Configure. Game. Let's try this again. I don't think that was the problem, but... Nah, it's not working for the game. I gotta figure that out, man. Why is this just not working? Like, come on, man. I just need that to work for the sampler, man. Welcome, welcome.
Oh shit!
Excuse me.
now! This is impossible!
Yeah, shout out to everybody.
Oh shit!
Might hop on some League of Legends, play a couple games of League of Legends. Yo, what's up, Dark Blaze? Welcome, welcome. See if I can have any luck with that today. Cause my League of Legends games have been awful, man. My teams have been atrocious, like the last 4 or 5 games. Used to play Guild Wars 2, then went to Black Desert, then went to World of Warcraft, then went to Warzone and zombie shooter games. Okay. Yeah, I've been on here for years. Got some old school RuneScape too. Got membership on there. I just haven't been playing it much since like what? I was playing a lot of it. Basically before I got my new computer, man. I got my new computer not this January, but January 2024. And ever since I got my new computer, shit, I just been playing other games. I wasn't able to play for many years. I was just stuck on Guild Wars, playing RuneScape and like League of Legends. I didn't even have the space to even play other games. So now I have the access to other games, and I got a nice setup. I can, I've been on other games. I still got my guild on here, so I try to. I don't know. I just wish I had more people that were playing it, or people that come into the Discord and stuff to make me more motivated to want to play it. Because I have people that I play Fortnite with. It's just way more social if I hop on Fortnite and then Marvel Rivals. I play a little bit with some people, but you can talk to people in the game. League of Legends. Yeah, I do it softly. I just have the links up and stuff, and I do promote. I do promote. I do. I don't do it in terms of like clipping and making like short form content or anything with the stuff. No, if that's what you're meaning, then no, I don't do that. But I do promote my stuff. If I didn't promote, things would be even way worse than what they are. Promote all day, but like I said, I don't really clip or have like gaming content. I know what you mean, have your community, even if it's small, whatever, get interaction if people want to play. Yeah. Which you've had with Trivizion multiple times, you know? It's just the thing with this shit, you know, people just come and go. You know, people are fake, man. So, people are fake. So, let's see. What is it? Oops.
Wavvy Beatz.
Because I'm on YouTube, I can't just play random music or any other stuff. The only way I got to grow on YouTube and other platforms going to specific. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. That is a way. Man, fuck your community, man. It's fucking piece of shits, man. You fucking suck. They need to stop being fucking trash and going fucking 0 and 10. Fucking crazy. Behavior warning. Fuck y'all. Soft ass game, soft ass dev team. Fucking softies, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just gonna grind my shit out the mud. It's working, man. My Instagram, everything's going up, bro. Just gotta have patience. It's working, man. Trust me, it's working. Everything's going up, man. I'm growing at a fast rate. I'm super viral on the internet. It's just hard to convert stuff over. I'm viral, so it's working. Everything is in the process right now, bro. About to hit 8K on Instagram. I was just at 2.6K 3 weeks ago, and I'm about to hit 8K. And it took me years to get to 2.6. So I'm super viral on Twitter. I'm mainly viral on Instagram and Twitter and a little bit on TikTok, but mainly Twitter. I'm very popular and very viral on Twitter, but a lot of the people don't realize it's my account and stuff, like, because my shit is like, my content gets stolen, so my content is on all kinds of accounts, so they don't really know it's Trivizion. But it's slowly, that's why I'm at almost 8K now. It's because they're slowly learning. Oh, it's this guy. Follow. So it's coming. Yeah, I can't. My personal Twitter hasn't grown much. I've went up some followers. That's probably the smallest thing I have, but I never focused on Twitter. Now I have to, understanding, you know, with George Droid and the meme coin and all this stuff and everything that's happening. Now I have to focus on it. But all these years, I didn't care about Twitter. So I haven't had to grow Twitter either, because I never cared about it. Now I have to care because that's like the most popular platform I'm on, even though I'm not on there, because motherfuckers steal my content and post me on there. So I was super famous on Twitter without even being active on there. Ain't that crazy? It's fucking nuts how this shit works. I wasn't even active. I'm famous on Twitter and I'm not even on that shit, because motherfuckers are still posting my content, stealing it. All right. Let's see, I just gotta change this to League of Legends. Just crazy. But yeah, like I was saying, back to the Telegram and all that. I know that Instagram and TikTok are where the most people are. Yeah, I do good news content on Twitter, but only get one like. Yeah, like I said, my Twitter's not doing too hot either. It's not like I even tried to make it hot, you know? So it's not like I've been trying. Twitter was like the least of my concerns. but now it's having to be one of the highest priorities for me. If I want to do things correctly, you know, because that's where like a lot of the meme coins and a lot of the stuff is on Twitter, because Twitter's more free. You can do and say more on Twitter, and you know the type of content that I'm making and the George Droid and all that, it's not family friendly. It's not like YouTube don't like that shit. Yeah, I gotta be careful on YouTube. I've already learned. They already hit me with multiple strikes and shit. So I've learned with YouTube. YouTube is the most against it for sure. Facebook and Instagram and all that, you could post that stuff and you're fine. But I'm pretty sure if you get too deep and too rowdy with the George Droid, they even gonna come after you. Like, I'm trying my best to make it funny, but I could push it to a whole nother level, but I can't unless I'm working with some companies or something and they want me to go extremely in. I could be super George Droid, but it's gonna be on their account. Then yeah, I'm not posting that shit on my account. I've worked too hard, then they're gonna sit here and demonetize me, and you can't red X's and all kinds of shit. No, I can't do it right now. Even with what I'm doing right now, it's still not to the level. Like, I kind of have an idea of what will keep me within guidelines, if that makes sense. Because there's a lot of things I can start saying and like doing that push George Droid to the next level, but I'm not going to be monetized no more. The only way I would be willing to do that is to trade my monetization on these platforms if I already have deals, big ass deals already, and I'm already making millions. Then fuck that little bit of change. I'll go in, be super graphic. I'm already making money. I don't need the little money from the platform. Yeah, I'm not gonna be monetized, but I'm monetized off of it. So until that point, I can't do it. I got to get myself more established without it. Then I won't care. Fuck the little monetization. As long as I have the platform, I don't need the monetization on there. So that's what we got to get to. Which to a degree, I kind of can do it. But the thing is, it's just like, bro, I've worked so hard to get monetized, man. Now, you know, because I wasn't doing George Droid. But now if I start doing a George Droid, and if I got, like I said, if I go too in, I'm not going to be monetized. So you got to find that boundary. And another way for me to go super in needs to be through like Patreon or create my own website or some shit. Then if I got my own website, that's gonna be George Droid XXX. You don't want me to have my own website with the George Droid content. Oh Lord, my boy's gonna hate me for real, man. Oh, it's gonna be nuts. So yeah, we're trying to keep it as trying to make it okay, funny and whatever, and be George Droid, but I'm still trying to be monetized. It's a weird balance, man. It sucks. Let me see. It's a tough balance. It's a balancing act. Let's see what he said. YouTube, I even got deleted videos. I got hidden. YouTube don't play no games, bro. You review stuff and they don't like it. They delete. YouTube don't play, bro. What's your plan if you're creating content and growing? What's your plan? I just growing. Just growing this year is just growing, scaling. I'm already I'm about to apply for monetization on YouTube. I need like, bro, I probably need like less than 50 watch hours. I'm at the end of the road. So I'm applying for YouTube on monetization. This will be the last thing. I saw the Twitter, which I never really focused on, but Twitter, outside of Twitter, which like I said, that's now something I'm focusing on. I will be monetized on everything. Fuck Twitter. So everything will basically be monetized. Scaling up and then just growing my platforms, man. Just scaling up and then doing the legal stuff and more of the business and the back end of it, man. And I'm already doing it now. Investing and setting up my stream and stuff. I'm already doing it now. Soundboards and shit. Like just trying to, and then I got more stuff in the mail. We got more stuff in the mail to make the streams better. You know, got a double head mount to hold my camera when I do my IRL stream. And then I got this voice mod. It's a small one. So I'm going to be able to change my voice and shit when I do my IRLs. It should be in the mail for coming this week. I got a new George Droid mask with a red eye. It should be here. I don't know. It's in the mail. So I got another mask with an actual red glowing eye. It should be here very soon. Came from England, but it's in the mail. So just invest into the stream and start traveling and shit, man. Yeah. So everything I do is definitely for this. To make it better and, you know. Oh yeah, bro. I mean, if I went from 2.6K, bro, to I'm almost at 8,000 in 3 weeks. Dude. Getting videos, like, bro, I was only getting like one. If I posted a video, I was getting 1 through 5,000 views. 5,000 was like at the most top end. If I got 10,000 views, that was just crazy. Like, oh my God, what the fuck? Bro, I'm getting hundreds of thousands. I'm in the millions. Like, it's just total day-and-night difference in the numbers now since 3 weeks ago, dude. It's like, it's not even, like, my phone is just, I'm getting added and then just like notifications all day, all night, all day, even right now, all day and all night. $10,000 sounds like a lot. 2.5, 10,000, like I said, that would have been like high end, crazy for me, like crazy. And I was only getting, like I said, 1 through 5, and 5 was a lot. I was only getting on average 1 through like 2.5, like what you're saying, 1 to like 2.5. I got 2.5. I was like, okay, it's a solid little video. That was a solid little video for me. 2.5K, okay. 3K video views, okay. And that was normal. Like, I've been doing that for so long, that became the norm. You can't get real much growth out of that. You know, you get a couple ads here and there, but you're not gonna really grow. And then now, here I am, man. I post a video now, that shit can hit millions. That shit can hit hundreds of thousands. I don't even know. I just post the shit. I'm not paying. I'm not boosting shit. Like, at this point, it's just like Russian roulette with numbers. It's like lottery. I don't know.
Hit that like button now, or I am coming over and I will take your mother and I will become your stepfather. Pregnant single mom! You don't want me to become your stepfather. So hit the like button now.
Yo, what's up, King Son? He said, I noticed in the past I only got views if I talked about celebrity streamers and relevant people in channel, but I'm not interested in doing those. Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you bringing up whatever's popular or other names and stuff, yeah, it's gonna do certain numbers than if you just trying to make content on your own, on you, because if you're not known yet, it's gonna take time for people to want to search your name, and you gotta grow like your internet name. And that's the beauty of what I'm doing. It's like, I'm using characters, so to a degree I'm still using others, but it's still me. Because I'm the one acting. It's me on the camera. It's my face. If people see me on public, they're gonna know me. Absolutely. You're that guy that I see online. Like, even if they don't know trivizion, they're gonna know me. So, and that's the thing. Some people, and I was scared about that a long time ago. I was like, I have to make sure I'm not just like a reaction video or like some faceless video and I get big and no one knows who you are. Like, I want people to know who I am if I'm out in public. You think people aren't in it? Yes, man. People are very bold and talk shit and do all kinds of shit, but they would never do that in person, man. Yeah, people definitely act different. If that's what you mean, they definitely act different than they would in person, for sure. People are cowards, man, in real life. I'm the type of guy, I mean, I'm working out on street corners and shit, man. I'm very confrontational. I have cop videos on the internet, on TikTok and everything with proof. So I'm not just like, oh, you're some big guy. No, I have proof. I go in on the cops. So if I'm willing to go in on the cops, what's a regular person? I'll go in on anybody. And I have a lot of videos me showing me snapping on cops, bro. Like literally snapping on them on camera. He's the same on the internet. Talk about it. That's what I'm saying. So people definitely are different on the internet than they are in person. People are more trolly, more aggressive. They're not like that in person. I am. I'm trolly. Everything that you see online, I do in person. So I'm not the same. I'm just a different breed. Anyone would tell you that. shit, you should be able to see it through my content and everything. You should clearly see it. I'm a different breed. I'm on a street corner. I'm yelling like I'm not just on the internet. I'm out here in the street doing this shit. You could see it. You could clearly see it with me. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, man. They be tripping, bro. I've had the cost called me like 7 times, man. I'm over it. Enough's enough. I'm snapping now. The first couple times I was cordial. After like 6 times, no. I'm snapping on y'all, bro. It's over. There's no more being nice about this shit. At this point, this is harassment. That's why every time you're harassing at this point. I'm suing y'all. Straight up. It is harassment. At that point, they know who the fuck I am. I can't be doing nothing too crazy. I'm in for working out, man. The fuck? Anyway, I don't want to get back into that, but you get the point, man. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to act like I'm some big guy. My shit is on the internet. You can clearly see it. And I'm going to definitely defend myself and stand up for my rights. Absolutely. And I'm not just saying that. There's actual proof of the shit. Yep. Because a lot of people will say these certain things. Oh, but you ain't got no kind of proof. You ain't got no kind of... No, I'm documented. I'm documented, man. That's what I'm saying, man. They just... Bro, you know what cops are designed for, man. Come on, I'm in Alabama, man. You already know. I ain't got to go there. You already know what time they on, man. Come on, man. And they already be saying hateful shit. Hating shit. One cop told me, oh, you only get 30 views. Fuck him. 30 views my ass. Now he look like a dumb piece of shit. I'm popping off now. Fuck him. I might get 30 views. Gonna be getting 30 million. We're in the low millions now. It's just gonna continue to go up. Yeah, I'm getting 30 views. You're gonna be getting 30 million soon. On a video. It's coming. Definitely in the George Droid lane too, man. This is the comedy lane, man. Got people laughing. Like my grandma laughing at the shit. She has no clue what George Droid is, bro. She's laughing. But yeah, I appreciate you stopping by, man. I appreciate you showing support, bro.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's been a crazy journey, but yeah, last 3 weeks have definitely drastically shifted with my... Like, I'm definitely seeing numbers and just seeing activity and seeing a projection that, like, hey, it's definitely changed the game for me and definitely mentally changed a whole bunch for me. Like, okay, like, I'm onto something now. Like, if I've been seeing these same type of numbers for years or whatever, and now I'm seeing hundreds of thousands. Like, a video I just posted, what, 3 days ago, it's like hit 100K. That was not happening before. A video I posted, what, like a week ago, that shit, couple 100,000, shit. No, it was like a week ago. That shit's like over 500,000, man. Yeah, but I posted about a week ago at this point. This is like, and it's climbing like 500,000-600,000. That was not happening before, bro, at all. I gotta get these tenacity boots. These are annoying. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy though. So yeah, for anyone that's just content or whatever, just never give up. That's all I can say. Never give up, because you just never know. But you might, you know, you do have to maybe adjust things, because, you know, I do study content and stuff, and I do make adjustments. It's not like I just kept posting the same shit and I just miraculously went from 1 to, you know, 2.5K videos, you know, on average. Some will even be in a couple hundreds. Shit, 500 views. Shit. All right, but that wouldn't happen often. But sometimes, shit, it might even be 500 views for the video. But yeah, it's not like I continued to post that and then I just now 500,000. I'm in the millions and stuff. Like, no, I actually changed shit. So it just the numbers didn't just change on them on his own. Like, no, it didn't work like that. You have to adapt. If I didn't shift, if I did not shift, I would still be at 2.6K. Going down the same path I was going down. Which I still think I would have been okay. But I definitely onto something. No, just no. Just gotta keep watching, man. Cause I know for a fact I'm like literally the only person that's doing what I'm doing. Like I'm in my own lane, literally. There's no one else. All the other content that's like what I'm doing, it's all AI. Literally, it's like 99% AI, and I'm like the one person doing it. There's no one else, bro. There's no one else. I'm literally the only one. It's all AI content, bro. That's why people think this shit's hilarious, because they're used to just seeing AI do it. It's so different seeing an actual person do it.
Phantom reactor! Phantom reactor! Pregnant single moms!
Yeah, it's all AI, man, so. I've not scrolled and seen another person doing it like me. I'm the only person you're gonna see scrolling. Like, damn, he actually, what the hell? He got some screws loose or something. Yeah. That was crazy. I need that BF sword, like another 100 gold. Listen, no, I didn't get him right there. What? Why was he? Oh, man. He's dead. Fuck. I can't escape that W. Working himself, yeah, and putting their lives at risk too. And that's one thing, I don't like the Matrix or anything, but these are certain things I do. I think cops should get paid more, but I also think it should be reformed. The cops should get paid a lot more, but there should be requirements and certain things that come intact with it, and certain like physical standards. Like all the other stuff has to increase. It ain't just stay at like how it is and they get increased. No, all the other stuff needs to change, and they should get paid way more. I don't even think we should have cops, but with the current system and how everything is, and how just brain rotted, and just how depressed, and just how just everything is, you need cops. You know, a lot of them are bad and can do more harm to you than the people out here, as we see on videos and stuff, but you still need them. Got some sick people out here. They're mentally ill out here, man. Teachers too, man. Teachers should get paid a lot more, for sure. And I'm already pretty sure they already have pretty strict stuff to become a teacher. So maybe like obviously you might want to change some stuff, but. At least my top laner is not garbage, but yeah, it's just another. This time it's the mid laner, man. A lot of the games has been mid and top, but this game is just our mid laner. You always have some toaster on the team, man.
Rampage.
This is League of Legends, Anthony. He said, I know it's in big city, there are more people with zones because there's way more people. Yeah, more population. Yeah, that may make sense. It's probably, statistically, from a percentage standpoint, once you even out the numbers, it's probably going to roughly match up. Like you're saying, there's just more people, so. You said I'm not even American, I'm European Spaniard from down south Spain. Yeah, so that means but people here where I live are so asleep to everything that's going on. Damn, even where you're at, but damn. That's the crazy thing is like America's like the most sleep, most obese, most mentally ill, most crazy country. So y'all on the outside looking in, like damn, those crazy Americans, but then you even saying that the people in Europe, that's crazy. Even in your shit, they're still asleep, but they gotta be more aware than what's going on here. The people here have to. America's not a good place, man. It has a lot of good things about it in terms of like certain quote unquote freedoms and free speech, but like, bruh, from just like, it's. A lot of mental shit here, man. I mean, we don't. They closed a whole bunch of the mental psych wards and stuff. I'm not going to get into any subject, but go. Yeah, transhumanism, digital will bring measure to brewing middle class. Yeah, no, that's the type of stuff I talk about. You know, trivizion. So I'm down to talk about that kind of stuff. But yeah, most people, like you're probably saying, like you can't really have that type of conversation with like the average person. But man, feel free to talk about anything. You know, that's the kind of stuff I talk about. So it's just anything. I literally haven't had a good support in forever, bro. My supports are always so off. I don't even know why he even chose Vigar on, honestly. It's not even a support, bro. They're always just picking the dumbest shit, man. I don't even know why he chose that shit, dude. Like, idiots, man. Fucking idiots, man. Coming to the bottom with a mid lane mage, man. But right now, government, for example, is regulating the ability to have your own chicken. Yeah, it's bad here. You can't have we can't have farms or nothing here. Farms, rainwater is illegal. Rainwater is illegal to have farms in a lot of states. They want to control, man. They want to control and poison everybody. Straight up. They want to poison as many people as possible. Not just physically, but even mentally. Yeah, exactly. 3D printed meat, bruh. It's just crazy. I heard about that. Oh, we don't have enough cows, man. Let's just print the meat. Exactly. Or some stem cell meat or some shit. I think they're trying to do some shit like that, right? Not even just 3D meat, but like lab meat too, right? So both. You got 3D meat and you got like stem cell lab type meat that they're trying to do or some shit. Poison someone is like, yeah, exactly. Oh man, yeah, we need, I don't know, there's a lot that needs to go on, but yeah, I think we should definitely, all of the government needs to just be restructured, man. They all need to be removed and we need to like fill in positions, bro. It needs to just be totally reset, and it needs to just be totally like changed.
An enemy has been slain.
Like it has to change. Yeah, I agree with you. See, that's what I like about the live, man, and I wish it can get more and more like this. Like my short content, just comedy, whatever. I'm not trying to push no message or no, hey, you gonna learn in these shorts, man. Fuck that. That's just entertainment and whatever. But people want real messages and shit. Come to the live or watch the long format, which I've been slacking on long format, you know, regular videos. So we're gonna get back to that. But my point is, it's like, that's what I like. Like, the live, yeah, I'm gonna have some brain rot type shit on the soundboard and stuff or whatever, but like in terms of me, it's gonna be more, I'm trying to have like these type of conversations and shit and just talk about like real shit on the live. Like I said, soundboard or whatever, we're gonna have some brain rot type shit or just some shit in the background or whatever.
8,000? No, this is impossible.
Damn, I'm dead. People are real content, they're sick of fake people and people selling them stuff online and them. Yeah, people are sick of that, but you already have to be popular and blown up. There's two parts to it. You could be real all you want, but if you got 20 subs, it doesn't matter, if that makes sense. People are still super fake, bro. People want to feel like they're part of like something. And I feel like there's some part of something if you have a big following or some shit and you commenting and people, you know, you leave a comment, there's hundreds of likes on your comment. Like people like that type of shit. So it can't just be real. There's other factors to it too. Because Sam Sully, for example, he's very relatable and honest. And even with someone like him, very relatable, honest, such a nice guy, humble, cool. He still receives a lot of flack and a lot of hate on the internet. And no matter how nice you are on the internet, so you're still going to have a lot of negative. He receives a lot of negative hate. definitely when he performed, when he did that performance on stage, he received so much hate. That's a guy that don't talk shit or nothing. Super humble, nice, whatever, right? So it's like, no matter what you do, you're gonna have negative in your comments and shit. It's just crazy. He seems like he's cool, but you know, a lot of people fake. There's no telling. I mean, I would imagine he's kind of similar how he is online, but a lot of people are fake, bro. So you never know. He could be a douchebag in real life. I don't know. You don't really know. That's the thing about me, though. With me, you know, I'm the same online as I am offline. So I'm not like fake online. Is it true that since the episode where Lisa and Bart to eliminate no one? Wait, let me see. Hold up, I gotta read that in just a second. Cause this lane got pushed.
An enemy has been slain.
I had to take care of this up here. Oh, she probably, oh yeah, she probably get a triple kill probably. Oh yeah, he's dead. Yeah, he's dead. So our top laner is gonna be our jungle.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
All right, yo, shout out to everyone that's watching. Can you hit the thumbs up for me? All right. You said because the money jar is empty, but they will put $1 on it and everyone buys it. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Oh, I was just reading a comment about that, like even restaurants or whatever with the tip jar. I heard that someone was saying like sometimes the workers put their money inside of there to make it look like people tipped. Yeah, exactly. Like that type of concept. It's the same type of concept, man. Even though we're talking about from like a follower perspective of engagement, it's still the same concept. The same shit. It's like you're saying, you could be relatable and dope and all this, but if they click on your page, you got 20 subscribers. It doesn't matter, bro. It really doesn't. Yeah, no, it's facts. Yep. Yeah. It doesn't matter how good you or how athletic you are, none of that shit, man. People are fake, bro. That's what I'm telling you, man. Most people are super fake. They're only there when you're viral and stuff, man. And now I do understand why a lot of content creators don't give back to the community and stuff, man. Because I know a lot of them probably feel the same way that I do. They're not going to come on and say this stuff. I will. But that's why, because I would think, like, why don't they give back? A lot of content creators don't give back at all, whatever. They don't even say thank you. They don't even really read the comments or something. I don't even think most content creators even care about the people. Being straight up, they don't. I comment. I leave a comment on everybody. I respond back to everybody. Because I actually do care. Most content creators don't care, bro. Yep, content can be top quality, but it also needs to look popular as well. Yep, you have to look like you're popping. You have to look like you're lit. Exactly. It doesn't matter the message if you're not lit, quote unquote lit. They don't care. A lot of times, fuck the message. They're gonna just go looking right at your subscriber count or your comment section. Or there's one comment here, and they probably just leave right in. You know how many people probably just leave as soon as they see you got 50 subscribers and you got one comment, and this could be the dopest message on the planet. They're gone. It could be top. You could have the most expensive camera. You could have a Lamborghini behind you, all kinds of shit. Bro, I've seen it. Just because you got money don't mean you're going to have a big influence either. There's a lot of millionaires and shit who got Lamborghinis and shit with YouTube pages. They got like 1,000 subs, bro. I'm not even joking. I see a lot of Lamborghini type pages, like dudes who like live in Cali or whatever. They're rich. 1,000 subs, 500 subs. So you can't buy your way into it either. But then you have a lot of influencers who are famous, but they're broke. Dude, I would just watch the video. There's this dude, he had like millions of subs on YouTube, and he made a video saying he has millions of subs and I'm broke. Because you have subs and stuff don't mean you know how to do the business in and know how to get deals and sponsorships and stuff. Doesn't mean that at all. So you can have a hope. And then there's some people who got 10,000 subs and they run a business or something and they're generating hundreds of thousands. So it's hard to just look at the numbers of like subs or whatever to really like know how much someone's making or whatever. A lot of factors come into play. You don't know the deals, sponsorship deals. You don't know if this person runs a business, if they're selling merch or something on the back end. There's just a lot of variables. But the thing you don't know about is these people can have deals that you don't know about, or sponsorships or something that they're doing on the back end that they don't disclose. And they're not going to tell you how much they're making off of it. Exactly, bro. That's what's happening, bro. It's real. And I want to be opposite, man. I'll hit the like or hit the subscribe, man, if I see the potential or whatever, like, or whatever, like, I don't just go by a sub or a number. Like, I'm in the comment sections of people who have no following. If the message is good, fuck it. I'm not superficial with the shit, man. Shit's annoying, man. All right, so I definitely need to like undo that because we need this item immediately. Yeah, I'm glad you understand, man. Exactly, bro. As long as the message is good or whatever, man, like, dang, got me a. I had a rough start. Look where we were about to lose for a bit. Our top lane and our jungle carried us hard. I keep getting trolly ass supports, man. I'll never get good support. So you have to understand the thing with this game with support. Support is like not a very popular role, of course, right? Like any other game. So they do autofill. They throw in random other people at support. So you might have a jungler main as your support, a mid laner. So I'm always having random ass other people as my support, and it fucks me up and it makes me do bad because I never really get to play with real support mains because motherfuckers ain't maining support. And people don't like ADC. The role I am is actually the least favorite. There's more support mains than ADC. So like the long range people, they're it's the least popular role by far. In fact, if they have a small, exactly, I feel the same way too. So that's one thing I want to do too. I eventually do want to start like my own like trivizion like agency team and recruit talent and stuff. Dang, I forgot to put that in the game at the end. Yeah, but GG Rengar, hey.
Hey man, I appreciate it. GG, thank you for the carry, man. We had a rough time bottom. Vigar. Hey, but hey, I just try to hold up.
Hey, but GG, man. Thank you for that carry, man. Oh my God, you and Vayne, they carried us hard. We would have lost. If it wasn't for him and that Vayne, that game was over. Because our mid laner was toastering too. Yeah, it was looking bad early. If him and Vayne didn't take over, that was my duo. Yeah, if y'all didn't take over, it was over, bro. I couldn't get going. Had a fucking Vigar who was not. He was like 1-4 at the beginning feeding, and then the middle was like 0-3, 0-4 to start. It was looking bad. But yeah, GG, man. They carried hard. Do you have a good PC right now? Yeah, I have a good PC. The PC specs are at the bottom. You should see it, Dark Blaze. You're on Twitch. They're on there. Oh, you're probably on your phone. You would have to go back. Yeah, that makes sense. So you're probably just seeing the video like I'm seeing it with the chat. Yeah, you're not seeing it then. Yeah, you would have to go back to the I think the only way you would be seeing both, you would have to be on desktop. Oh, so if you're on PC, okay, you're on PC. You just have to scroll down. Yeah, if you're on your phone, you're not going to see it. I just thought you was on your phone. Yo, thank you to everyone that's watching. Hit that thumbs up if y'all haven't.
Phantom reactor!
Load up the
Phantom reactors! And get the pregnant single moms!
Yo, shout out to the Ringorn. I needed that win. I was like on a 5-game losing streak, man. Just like disaster teams, man. Definitely needed that win. This is a good PC. Yeah, I'm happy with it, man. I feel like it's like middle tier. It's not like super high tier. It's like middle tier type computer. Like if like anyone right now were to buy this type of level of computer that I have, they should be 100% happy, man. With this setup I have, anyone should be happy, bro. Absolutely. Obviously, there would be some people who would probably want more, but this is saying like the average person, not someone on the top end of I need the 8080 fucking GPU now. That shit ain't even out. But yeah, I need it now. Okay. Besides them, this should be good. Yeah, bruh. See, that's funny. When I got this made, the Super had just came out literally the same week. Yeah, 4070 is a monster. I love it. The 40, so I got my computer last January, and the 4070 literally came out that same freaking week, bruh, that I got my computer. I didn't want to wait, man. Like, I needed a computer, man. My computer was already out like 2 weeks. I didn't want to wait longer for the 4070 Super, man. I was like, man, just give me the 4070, man. I was going to get the Super. But I didn't want to wait no longer, man. I needed a computer. Oh, damn. See, I had the 1080. The 1080 wasn't the problem. 1080 was still solid, actually. It was my CPU that was the problem. My CPU was a 4770K. It just wasn't enough no more to do all the streaming and doing everything I wanted to do. Yeah, it was damn near 90-something%, man, usage. Now my usage is super low. I could be playing this, streaming and everything, and I'd still be like 30% usage or even lower right now. I'm barely using a computer. Yo, 1080 is good, bro. Like, people sleeping, I still got it. The 1080, I think I've read some articles. They said the 1080, that series alone was way ahead of its time. The 1080 Ti and the 1080 was way too, they put too much into those at the time. Like, the jump from the 90 to the 10, it was hard for them to continue to keep doing that. They had to slow it down. That jump was serious. I went from the 90s, no, I went from the 770. Yeah. To the 10. To the 1080. Yeah, the 1080 wasn't the problem, man. Yeah, the 1080 was not the problem. I'm telling you that. It could still run hundreds of FPS and all that shit on these games. I agree with you. Yeah, 1080 strong, man. I can only imagine the 1080 Ti. See, look, got another troll support. That's what I'm saying, bro. Look, this is not a support, man. I'm about to get fucked over again, dude. I'm not making this shit up, dude. They don't just pick a fucking support, man. Look. Yeah, I just got trolled again, bro. If we lose bottom, you're gonna know why, man. You're gonna see exactly why. Got fucking trolled, bro. What a joke, man. I literally was just explaining this to you, man. They give me random ass mid laners and shit like that, and they come down here with dumb ass shit, man. And then ruin it for. I literally just explained this, and look what happened. It literally happened. I literally explained it, and you see it is happening, bro. I literally just explained this before the game, and he didn't hear me explain it. It happened, because this happens over and over and over, bro. It's like a Matrix attack, bro. I feel like I get attacked on the games. This is where I feel like, if I were to feel like I get attacked by the Matrix the most, it's on the video games, bro. I feel like I can't advance on the games. It's like, it's impossible. Like, it's just too calculated of what happens to me on these fucking video games, bro. And it's just like the same fucking thing over and over. It's like it's a fucking Matrix, bro. It's like it's no way. It's the same, like it's like a pattern. No way, bro. Look, he has no pressure. He can't heal me. He can't do nothing. Look, he's not attacking, right? He can't heal me. What use does he have? Look. He can't initiate because he's not a tank support. He can't heal me. He doesn't even really have any poke ability. What the fuck is he down here for? Like, then now I don't have pressure. I can't do anything. Now I have to fucking sit back. Now I can barely even farm. You see this shit? Like, why is he down here with this shit? That thing doesn't even poke. At least if you're gonna go a mage, at least pick one at long range and can poke. He literally can't do anything. Literally. Useless. Now I gotta sit here because I don't have a support against every game, dude. Crazy, man. All you had to do is just pick a fucking support, man. Can't really do anything. But anyways, might as well just talk about something else because I can't do nothing bottom down here, man. This just bottom's done, man. He just fucking trolled and just ruined bottom, bro. At least pick like Ziggs or something, man. If you're gonna be dumb and go a fucking trolly ass pick something that can actually do something. Pick Ziggs, pick fucking, I don't know, Zyra maybe. I don't even want her. But at least, like, something. I don't fucking know. I'm not saying sorry. Fuck you. Don't come back bottom. Fuck you, dude. Fucking soy. Fuck out of here. Can you tell me something? You piece of shit. You came down in my lane trying to fucking lose the game, man. I'm trying to win. You down here picking the fucking ring of the soul, man. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, man. I just want to support who could pick a fucking support and fucking heal a shield and actually let's fucking run this lane, bro. It's like 10 games in a row or plus. Haven't had like a fucking like solid support where we just crushed it. It just can't happen, bro. It's crazy, bro. We'll see next game. Watch, just see next game. I might get a real support next game. Nah, bro. Normally, I'd at least make it to high gold or platinum. I just haven't played enough games, man. If I keep playing, I won't be stuck in silver. I'm in silver. I won't be in silver. I know that much. I'm not a silver player. No matter how much I cry and rage, I'm not gonna be stuck in silver. I'll be stuck in gold. I'm not gonna be stuck in silver. But if I don't cry and if I take things serious, I know I can get back to platinum. I've been there multiple seasons, but I've never been diamond, so I'm not gonna say I can make it diamond plus because I've never been that high. But platinum, yeah. I can make it to platinum. Basically make it to platinum in most games. I just have poor attitude. I just give up and shit, man. Let's keep going. And then I don't have the ability to hard hyper carry consistently. I might do it like if I play 10 games on a certain game, I might like hyper carry 1 game out of 10. That's not enough. Like I could do solid. I'm gonna do solid and do good 9 out of 10 games, and I'm gonna just hyper carry 1. That's not enough. If you want to get high elo, you gotta hyper carry like at least 7 out of 10, somewhere in that range. Just doing like good, or just like, yeah, just doing good isn't enough, bro. It's not. You can't just do good.
Enemy has been slain. Killing spree. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Alright, I got him. Let's push this middle in.
Double kill.
Let's push this middle in. Alright, there we go. Go back bottom. My team's doing well. I'm just getting a little out CS'd.
Shut down.
But they're doing well on the top end, so we just gotta just basically not feed bottom. Which are technically soft feeding by... We're doing alright though, in terms of like it could be worse, but... Yeah. Just gotta try to hold up, man. I just get fucked over with these supports, man. They throw random ass people down here who don't even be supports and shit, man. Random mid laners and junglers and tops and shit, and they just pick dumbass shit and come down here bottom, man. Then they don't even perform. That Pantheon out. Thought he was about to come in. Man, I already been streaming for 2 hours. Gotta grind, man. I got like less than 50 watch hours, so I need to stream as much as I can on here for today. Anyway, tomorrow too. 'Cause tomorrow's gonna be a cooler day. I'm not gonna be going out tomorrow, so. Tomorrow too. And get back out there those next days. Get back to the content. Yeah, this storm or whatever just sucked all the heat away out there, man. Just completely just cooled it down here in the south, man. Just crazy degree change shift very fast. Like, I don't know if anyone else is down here in the south and seen that.
Phantom Reactor! But the weather has changed. If y'all can, please hit that like button. Thank you to everyone that's watching. Hit that like button, please.
Yeah, thank you. Once again, hit that like button if y'all haven't. Follow if you haven't. Let's go, let's go. Alright, we're holding up though. Could be worse. Look at my BF sword from a bloodthirster. Look around, just see at the top. Raid XR. Wait. Only bad thing is we he got AP down here, but he's not probably not gonna get fed or anything out of our lane. We're AD heavy and we have no tank. Damn, they dove. Smelter can go over the wall like that. Pretty broken. Shot to the Yasuo on that gank.
Pregnant single moms!
Matrix be trolling. How much do you need? Like 1,200 more gold, something like that.
Double kill.
There we go. Tarek that their support gives you extra armor, so he makes you so tanky. Tarek and Graves are broken together. Your Graves is tanky. Yeah. They've always been a strong lane together. And it still hasn't changed. I don't really ever get Tarek's though. Because I'm always getting trolled. So I always get the dumb support picks. But yeah, if I can get a Tarek, good Tarek. That'd be dope. But they got, yeah, definitely gonna need some magic resist. I need the tenacity resist. They're probably gonna get the. Why is he going for the support? We're holding up though. Not gonna be hard carrying or anything from down here, but not feeding either, so. I haven't had a hard carry game in a while, man. It's just hard, bro. Like, gotta get a good start. And ADCs, you know, I don't know, man. Just gotta get a good start. A lot of these games end too fast before you can even get scaled up as the ADC, honestly. Hey, at least he got us winning elsewhere. That's good.
Your turret has been destroyed.
You got middle doing good. Doing good. Their support, I mean, their ADC has more farm than me. They're like 30 CS is like a kill or something like that. So it's like almost a kill's worth of farm. Flashed. can't do nothing. What, he flashed over the wall? I'm going to get these tenacity boots. That helps out a lot. Go join the team. Well, maybe no. Go farm something else. And they all got away. Gonna need armor pen for sure. What is this Yi thinking? I'll be pissed if I was on that team. He is a bot. That was good. Good. Good push. Good. Now I need some crit. It's gonna help out a lot. And I could buy tenacity boots.
Let's settle the score. Who's ready for daddy? Phantom reactor. Oh shit!
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Easy, partner.
Oh my god. His Q dodged my ult.
Unstoppable. Double kill. An enemy has been slain.
Have I Infinity's Edge?
A summoner has disconnected.
Alright, see you next game, man. See how I get trolled, man. Maybe I might get like a legit support pick and we fucking run bottom. Is it likely? No. He said, don't watch this guy, man. Fuck that piece of shit, man. Come down to bottom with a fucking Aurelian soul, man. The fuck's wrong with him? It's fucking troll, man. How long you been doing YouTube for? I started YouTube in like 2020, but I didn't start posting really until like the end of 2022. Really into 2023, honestly, because even in when I went to when I went to Fort Lauderdale in July of 2022, I had under 400 subs. Everything that I had was like, YouTube was the biggest platform I had at the time, and that was like about 320 subs range, somewhere around there, 300 something subs. So that gives you an idea. What everybody does, you stay consistent, post, and be innovative, man. You just gotta it takes time. Some people blow up faster than others, you know? With their popularity, you just gotta stay consistent and never give up, you know? And you gotta have algorithm help or maybe collaborate or whatever. I got a long ways to go, man. I mean, I've made it. I could say that I've made it further than most people would make it with social media. That's for sure. I can definitely say that now, but I still got a long ways to go. For someone like me that actually, you know, this is my life and what I'm doing for a living and what I do for the rest of my life, I gotta take it to the next level, you know. But I'm happy with my growth and everything. But yeah, you just gotta not give up. Be innovative, man. Gotta stand out. Got to stand out, man. However that may be. I don't know what lane. I don't know. But whatever it is, you got to stand out. I got a real support pick. it's debatable because that one it's a support pick. At least it heals and stuff, but it really don't do anything. It just sits in your body. Okay, man. Thank you for your heartful word. It means more than anything. Yeah, you just never give up, man. Never give up. Stay consistent, bro. Never give up. Stay consistent. Meet the right people if you can. If not, you're just gonna be a grind. Gotta get a little bit of algorithm luck, because it's luck to this shit too. Lucky timing, lucky that this person saw it. It's not just all, it's luck. It's like lottery. This is lottery shit, bro. There's a lot of luck to this, man. A lot of your top social media people, the ones who weren't just like already placed up there by the matrix, they're gonna tell you that, hey, there was some luck involved. Even for me, man, I would say even get to where I've gotten to, there's been a lot of luck. Yeah, a lot of luck, bro.
Phantom reactor. Oh, shit.
Shout out to everyone that's watching. This guy, no. Let's get another win. My teams today have definitely been better than the last couple of days. So shout out to the people I played with today. Sheesh. This is actually cold in here, man. It's cold outside, man. It's like 50 something degrees, 50 degrees out there. I just cut the heat on.
Let's settle the score.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Crazy. Go from having to use the AC, goddamn burning up, to now you goddamn need heat. A day later. It makes no sense. Go from burning up to needing heat in a range of 1 day.
Minions have spawned.
I ain't got time to.
It's getting super cold in this house. The temperature, the degrees just keep dropping. I thought it would be alright with just having it off. It's too cold outside. And that's what having the computer on and shit too, is still making it drop. So that lets you know it's cold out there. My house has good insulation too. It holds its degrees and shit well. It doesn't like Yeah, it's an annoying team comp for sure. They got a pokey, very pokey. Lux in Israel is like yuck. So we would need like another mage to counter that, or like, I mean, we got a healer, so I mean, it helps, but we probably want like someone that can poke it out with them. Like a Xerath or something. She's taking way too much damage. But hey, at least I have actual support this game. I'll say it's one, I mean, it's okay support, but it just sits in you. It doesn't really do anything. It's one of the criticisms of it. It doesn't do anything. It's literally inside of my body. It has one spell right there. It's a very weak support in terms of it doesn't really do much damage. But it's a real support pick, so I'm not complaining. At least you can heal me. So I think Yumi's a good pick. I just think Israel and Lux are annoying. I'm trying to let them use their mana. They're mana based. Lux's mana. Lux's mana is getting a little bit low. Israel flashed. Nice, she's using her spells. Lux has no mana. Israel's running low on mana too. Should've dashed. There we go. I need 1300 from a BF sword. But we can definitely... I think we could take them on. If he could land a Q. Oh, why did he do that, man? What the fuck? Lux is so annoying, man. Oh, their jungle was bottom. Nice. Once I get the BF sword on my next back, it's gonna allow me to be able to defend this shove. Like I'm gonna be able to clear the waves with such ease. I need like one more wave. Israel's out of mana. Gotta place that ward to make sure Shaco doesn't try to gank from the lane. I got ganked from the lane years ago. Ever since, man. Certain things you just like, nah, never again. I always try to, if I got a ward, I'm placing a ward right there before I go back. Every time. In that back far lane. So you can see the jungle or someone try to come in from the back and try to wait for you to come to your lane. I always try to place a ward right there before I back. So I can know I'm coming to the lane safe. So right now we know the jungler is not sitting in the lane. He could be in the middle, but he's in our jungle. See, I can clear the wave so much easier now. But the lane's still gonna be a problem. But
We got the zoomies. It's just you and me, book.
their jungle's by their blue now. I don't know, man. Can't do anything, man. These supports should be so useless, man. I don't know what's going on, man. Can't do shit, man. We need like jungle help or something, man. It's mainly their comp, man, is the issue. Luxigio is so annoying, man.
Keeping my friends alive. Back on my own.
Tried, couldn't quite get him. Shaco was coming bottom left before he came. That was close. Close battle right there. The tenacity boots now. Should help out a lot.
You need a new shield, buddy?
If I haven't hit the thumbs up, please hit the thumbs up.
It's just you and me, book.
Always trouble.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Damn, my Q didn't hit him. Shout out to that Syndra stun. Nah.
Now you're ready to prowl.
What are you playing at? Easy, partner. I ain't got time. Easy, partner.
Rampage. Killing spree.
Hey man, my teams have been doing good today. Compared to the last couple of days, they were awful. Mid laner's doing good. Jungle's doing good. He's just not gonna be able to carry on.
Has destroyed a turret.
He's not like fed or anything either.
Destroyed a turret.
He's your strongest character right now. Whoa. Yeah. Him and Vayne. Their whole team's pretty weak right now. Igor skip, but they scale very good, so they shouldn't be doing super well right now because they're not an early game team at all. Only one that's gonna be doing like damage early is gonna be Shaco, and Lux had the potential to be already doing damage. She scales good too though. Israel, Vigar, and Vayne all late game. Graves is late game. Syndra, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. Volley, I don't know. I think they definitely have a more like late game team than us. I think we have a more mid game type team.
Easy, partner.
I got needed a Bloodthirster, and I got some crit now. So I'm sitting pretty good. Shout out to everyone that's watching.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Man, see, they do some.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
Easy, partner.
You have slain an enemy. Has destroyed a turret.
I got it. Let's set it.
An enemy has been slain.
Clone for sure. Yeah, mid laner is way too strong. Yeah, Simpson's super strong right now.
What are you playing at? I ain't got time to bleed.
Unstoppable.
We're killing buddies.
Unstoppable.
Try me.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
This is my favorite chapter!
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Down. Dominating. An ally has been slain. Double kill.
Thing's annoying. Going invisible.
Let's set the score.
Legendary.
Easy.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. An ally has been slain. Rampage. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Got any bright ideas?
I'll stick with you.
What are you playing?
Unstoppable. Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Always trouble.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
I got no time for games.
I've got a good feeling about this one, Book.
Easy, partner.
Now you're ready to prowl.
Let's settle.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
GG.
A summoner has disconnected.
But did he just reject?
Dead man walking.
Yo, what's up, Dinge? I'm gonna call you Dinge. Is Garner good for top lane and bronze and unranked? I don't know how the new Skarner is, but honestly, I wouldn't invest a lot of time into Skarner top, bro. That's just me. I wouldn't. You like Skarner? I think if I'm not mistaken, if you're gonna invest into Skarner, maybe jungle. But if you want to, you could do what you want, man. But if you're saying you need to get out of bronze, bro. You gotta get out of bronze. You need to play stuff that can carry you out. You need to be playing like Jax, Tryndamere, fucking Yorick, Mordekaiser top. You need to carry, bro. Urgot.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
Easy, partner.
Probably not gonna be a good time bottom again. Got an Annie as my support, man. Just freaking get trolled all the time, man.
First love.
Pay no attention to the trap.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Easy, partner. Always trouble. What are you playing at?
You have slain an enemy. Double kill. Triple kill.
The Caitlyn didn't even get a kill. That was huge. And push that into the turret. She just lost a lot right there. Yeah. She got it back, man. Like trash supports, man. It's just a joke, man. You know I have an Annie in my lane. It's crazy, bro. I don't know why he chose to pick Annie, man. Like, come on, dude. Trolling, man. Yo, how's your stream going? Good. How's it going? Sophia Clover. Probably one of those graphic designer people. But how you doing? Yeah, see, I have good damage now. It's gonna be a little bit harder for them to shove on us. 'Cause I can actually shove back. Dang. Ran out of mana. This is crazy.
Phantom Reactor!
I'm already about to have the bloodthirster. They're just playing reckless. I don't know what's going on. Their Yi is completely I'll be mad at that Yi. I blame the Yi. Not on that last one, but that turret died for sure. The fact that he even wanted to even do that. I would have been pinging him back like, no, 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 no. We already got good pressure. We're ahead. Just get back. We don't got the kills on them. Just get back and we'll just take the little victories. The pressure and all that. Oh, he's gone. Yeah, get them tenacity boots.
An enemy has been slain.
So now we have the pressure on them. Damn, my teams are going in today. Crazy. Let's do custom logo liner. Nah, I'm good. I appreciate it though. Get one more plate. Shit, I can greed and get 2 plates. Are they even coming back? If not, then get 3. No, no, they're back. They were there at our jungle there. Oh. Oh. Oh, they tried to come back. The jungler took them out. This game is like... You don't want to ever say when something's over, but this one ain't looking good. We'll have our jungler. I think I should have a lot to buy. And go ahead and get my magic resist right there. Yeah. Super strong. I already had the bloodthirster and another BF sword. At the 12-minute mark, like pfft. Trivizion grind.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
I got no time for games.
Turret plating will fall soon. hell.
What are you playing at?
An ally has been slain.
I got no time for games.
Yo, what's up, Queso? She said my Discord is Sophia cover. Alright, I'll be on the lookout. I don't know if she meant to put Clover or cover, but whatever. I'll just be on the lookout for Sophia.
A summoner has reconnected. An enemy has been slain.
Try me.
He has destroyed a turret. Killing spree. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Let's settle the score.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
What are you playing at?
Yo, thank you to everyone on YouTube. Can y'all hit the thumbs up for me? Thank you to everyone that's watching.
enemy killing spree.
Got any bright ideas? End of the line.
An enemy has been slain.
Feeling lucky.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Try me.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy is unstoppable.
Easy, partner.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy rampage.
What are you playing?
Yo, Jet, where'd you come from?
I got no time. Easy, partner.
An ally has been slain.
He's 12, 12-6 now.
Double kill.
Got any bright ideas?
Team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed.
Always trouble.
Yo, Matrix Run, I appreciate you for following me on Twitch, man. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yo, what's up, Samurai? Oh no, I normally react to chats. If no one's like talking in the chat, then I'm not gonna really say anything.
Enemy triple kill. Shut down. Aced. Wavvy Beatz.
Yo, I'm not having it with the stupid game. You talking about this one? This Master Yi and shit? It's crazy. We just gotta win this. Yi's carrying them hard, man. We got it though. Yo, thank you for being here though, Samurai. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, shit.
Easy, partner. I ain't got time to bleed.
It's hard deaths for nothing to like. She had a pointless death out in the lane doing nothing. I was trying to rotate up to help our top.
Let's
Yeah, it's probably over. Dude, the game's so hard, man. Mainly our mid laners. Just a lot of dumb deaths. Just wouldn't group up, man. So much earlier in the game. Yeah, because people are dumb, man. Our mid laner is so bad, man.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Defeat.
Team went in group, man. Mainly mid laner. That's why he had 10 deaths, because he just kept going not dying. Yo, what's up, funny? Where you from, man? Yo, shout out to you, bro. Appreciate you for being here.
Phantom reactor.
Salute.
7,000. 8,000? No, this is impossible.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
New York? Okay. Shout out to you, man. Lot more on the way, man. That's for sure.
Wavvy Beatz.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate you being here, man. Just playing League of Legends. I don't know if you ever heard of League of Legends or know what this is. Is that how you get your physique? I just work hard, man. Just gotta keep your body fat down low, work hard. Genetics, work hard, and just keep your body fat low. Don't eat a lot, man. Just can't be greedy, man. Can't be eating a whole bunch of bad foods consistently every day. You can't, eat one meal a day, stuff like that. Can't just, people eat too much. Yep. Just gotta eat less and work harder. That's all. I'm only 9. Yeah, so you're 9. Just gotta just live your life, man, for right now, man. Just do, you could do just do your push-ups and stuff like that. Do some jumping jacks, do some push-ups, and just enjoy your life, bro.
Dead man walking.
Yeah, do squats and stuff. Do jumping jacks, do squats, high knee jumps and stuff like that. Do high knee jumps. Run in place with your knees high. Just jump high in the air like 10 times. catch your breath, jump as high as you can, and just practice stuff like that. You gotta get more explosive in your lower body by doing the stuff I'm saying. You need to start jumping and running in place with high knees and getting more explosive. Jumping jacks. He said, okay. How old am I? I'm 33. Yeah, 33.
Wavvy Beatz.
Bright ideas.
So you look 22? No, I'm 30. I'm 33.
What are you playing at?
I just hard carry my game and people say she has damage.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Wait, who were you on the other team? Wait, who were you? Are you that Yi? No, you wouldn't been Yi. 'Cause you was already in the game before the game ended. You can't be Yi. Yeah, you can't have been Yi. Wait, what game? It wasn't that last game though, right? Or was it the game before? Because I've had 2 Yasuos. I just had 2 Yasuos back to back. Was it in the game we just won or the game we just lost? Okay, so we won. So that was 2 games ago for me then. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so you was in that other game where we stomped them pretty good. Okay. Yeah, the other game. I appreciate you for stopping by. Yeah, I remember that game. Yeah, right before this one, this last one. Yeah, that was the easiest win I've had in forever. That was pretty easy, honestly. Okay, that makes sense then. Yeah, you weren't last game for sure. It was the other game for sure. Do you play any other games? I play Fortnite too. Marvel Rivals, but to hop on Fortnite and Marvel or Fortnite in a little bit. Now she ran out of mana. He's gonna run out too. Yeah, I'm gonna hit the back. Never mind, I'm gonna try to get this 1300. I wanna get that BF sword. Oh, it's close. Maybe like one more wave. Yeah, I think this will be alright. I have really no choice, honestly. At least I get the BF. I don't really have nothing else. But I'll have BF sword. Other games I play Skullgirls on Mobile Sky, Children of the Light on mobile and PC. I play League. I go Genshin, Withering Waves. I'm fairly new to gaming. Oh, but you two folks got me playing different games, which is nice. Okay. I don't play none of that, man. I don't even know those games you were saying, honestly. Do play League though. But yeah, once again, man, appreciate you for stopping by, bro. If you want to add me, go ahead and add me on League. I wish I could have lived from that.
An ally has been slain.
Let's settle
Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain. Rampage.
Oops. I forgot to change my camera.
feeling lucky.
Shut down.
I ain't got time to bleed.
Executed.
And we have a Raz that's 4-1. It's not good for them. You can capitalize off of that. They burned a lot right there. Got nothing, so that's good.
An enemy has been slain. Killing spree.
You're welcome.
Easy, partner.
An enemy has been slain.
There we go. That's what we needed right there. Hopefully the minions can. There we go. Got that plate. I'm gonna go get the bloodthirster. 4-1, got a good lead. He's about to try to.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Nice, so you see that cleared that wave, and then they couldn't push. It just took a shit ton of damage. Come back and take them out. For sure, she had to use her pots.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Had no mana. I don't really have vision. I don't want to push too much further.
has been destroyed.
I ain't got time to bleed.
An enemy has been slain.
Easy, partner.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Easy,
An
partner.
ally has been slain.
that works in America, namely human smuggling and how illegal aliens come in. So I came on as an agent in 2013. I went to the academy later on in 2014, early 2014. I graduated from FLETC, which is down in Brunswick, Georgia, where Glencoe Federal Law Enforcement Training Center is what it stands for. And then I started my career in Laredo, Texas. Okay, Laredo, Texas. Right there on the southwest border. For those that are unfamiliar, it's about 2 hours south of San Antonio, Texas, on Interstate Highway 35, which Interstate Highway 35 goes from Laredo, Texas, all the way up until, I think, Minneapolis, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in the Midwest. And I started my career there, and I remember getting there and driving in my 2002 Honda, which I still have to this day. So it has a lot of sentimental value. And, you know, what the hell is this? It's like you're not even in the United States. It's like you're in Mexico, right? We're talking about dirt roads, you know, sand everywhere, you know, brush everywhere, no buildings. Everything is like really flat. You don't even think you're in the United States. And it was kind of like a culture shock. No one speaks English. Everyone is Mexican. Meanwhile, I'm like some random 6'3" ambiguous Arab dude or whatever, black, whatever people want to call me. It depends on who's asking, right? If it's black people, they say, you ain't one of us. If it's white people, it's like, oh, yeah, you look like you're black. If it's Asian, they're like, I don't know what the black man is. But anyway, which, by the way, you guys got a lot of Asians here, man. Shout out to the Asians, man. Holy, I was like, I was shocked. Yeah, I was yeah, shout out to the Asians. Yeah. Bro, I came from Miami. I haven't seen an Asian in forever. I was like, even Maya went like this for a second, man. I was squint. I was like, what? They're here? This is awesome.
Myron's awful, bro. He said even his eyes were squinting. He's awful,
Why do you
bro.
guys always say, hurry up and buy? It's like, I can't take my time and buy. Like, damn, man, I'm supporting your business. But anyway.
Oh, my God.
It's like Mexico, right? So I'm there, and I pretty much got a crash course on how a lot of illegal aliens come to the United States. Also, when I was there, I did a lot of drug trafficking cases, Mexican cartels, organized crime, all that stuff. But for today's purposes, I'm going to talk about immigration and how it kind of works. So when I was there, I was assigned to a human smuggling group, okay? And there's different groups that we have because HSI is an agency that does a lot of different crimes. You know, child exploitation, drugs, weapons, illegal aliens, human trafficking, human smuggling, which there is a distinction. I'm going to talk about that here as well. So I was in the human smuggling group, but I also did drug investigation while I was there because it's so busy, right? You're always on call. Border Patrol's catching people all the time. Customs and Border Protection, OFO, Office of Field Operations, who are the blue uniform guys, they're catching people all the time. So you're constantly getting called out because think of the Department of Homeland Security as think of it as like a big police department, right? And Border Patrol, who's green uniforms, and Customs and Border Protection, who's blue uniform, they're the ones interdicting and or catching people when they try to come into the country. And when they do catch someone, what ends up happening is they call HSI, and they're the detectives. So think of them as the investigators for DHS, because within DHS, HSI is the biggest investigative agency. The Secret Service is also in DHS and some others, but Secret Service doesn't really do criminal investigations like that. They actually rarely do them. Most of their assets go into protection, but that's a whole other conversation. Which I'm happy to talk about that too, because I've done protection details too. But anyway, so you're often getting called, and what will end up happening is you'll be on duty, the duty agent, which will be on duty for like 24 hours or whatever, and you're on call, and they can call you, and you show up to the ports and handle whatever it is. And in this case, I was in the human smuggling group, so they would call me for when they catch a load, which is basically Border Patrol would catch a smuggler with a group of aliens, whether he was driving them, he was moving them through the brush, or whatever. So this is the part I'm going to kind of explain to you guys how human smuggling works and how illegal aliens come in. So I think it's very important that people understand that when it comes to illegal aliens in the United States, 9 out of 10 times, that illegal alien probably had to pay some illicit criminal network to be able to come to the United States. It's almost impossible to be able to come to the United States illegally, cross the border, or come through maritime options. I'll talk about maritime smuggling here in a second, but for now we're going to focus on land border because that's the most prevalent. Any illegal alien that comes in typically has to utilize an organization. And there's a multitude of different reasons for this. The two big ones I could think of are basically they have to pay someone to guide them through because the land border is vast and enormous, and you can easily get killed through this and the weather and all the other things that are going on there. And you'll get messed up. You're fucked up. Like if you go and try to cross the border without paying the Zetas who run that part of the border, they will whoop your ass and or kill you for doing that. So illegal aliens have to go through some type of organization to be able to come into the United States. So how does this work? Well, let's say, since we're talking about Asians, let's say Ling Ling, right, decides, hey, I want to go to the United States, right? I want to go ahead and have a future for my family, right? So what ends up happening is he contacts someone in his local area, right? In
Mine's
China,
awful.
maybe, and there's going to be probably like a facilitator and a coordinator, right?
He don't care
that
what.
individual put him in touch with
This
someone
dude's at
else,
Penn
and that
State
person
right now
will start
doing
making
this.
travel arrangements. So they'll give him a quote. Hey, it's going to cost you somewhere. When I was on the job, Chinese nationals were paying.
Hey, but we're bringing back bullying and joking and comedy, so.
And the further you are from the United States or the nationality you're from, if you're Arab, if you're Indian, Pakistani,
People got too
Asian,
soft.
Russian, what we call exotics, you have to pay significantly more money to be smuggled into the United States outside of, maybe a regular Mexican or a Hispanic from South America. So he contacts this guy, Ling Ling contacts this guy. Hey, I want to go to America. It's like, all right, cool, I got you. He puts him in touch with someone else. He puts him in touch with someone else, and then he pays that guy like an initial fee, right? It could be a couple $1,000s, whatever it may be. So he pays that guy. That guy facilitates his next round of the trip where he'll get him to somewhere maybe in Europe or some other place where he's able to travel. And the goal is to get him into a transit country. Now, we're going to focus on, land border. I'll talk about maritime after. But let's say he's going to go through Mexico, right, which is the common place where a lot of illegal aliens coming through. So they're going to probably get him to Mexico City. Once it gets to Mexico City, because it's a very popular staging area, a lot of smugglers live there, that smuggler will, for a day or two, and then he's got to pay that smuggler, and then he's going to go to the next leg of the trip, which, let's say, from Mexico City, which is right in central Mexico typically, they move him up to a border town, let's say Nuevo Laredo in this case, right? Nuevo Laredo is directly across the border from Laredo, Texas, right, which is where I used to be. So when they get to Nuevo Laredo, getting ready to cross the border, they'll put them at a stash house. And they could be at this stash house for a day, a week, months. And it's contingent upon a couple of things. It's contingent upon, is it safe to cross the border? Is Border Patrol going to catch them? Do they have someone available to cross them over the border? And have they paid up? If they haven't done any of these three things, more than likely they're going to be stuck there for a bit, right? And meanwhile, while they're traveling and doing all this, they're in constant contact with their family. They're sending money to smugglers. They're sending money to this guy, sending money to this guy, etc., to facilitate that person's entry to the United States. Now, assuming all three of those prerequisites are met and they're good, what ends up happening is they're going to have to pay something called a quota, right? Which is basically a tax to the Mexican cartel. Now, when I was there, it was the Los Zetas that ran Nuevo Laredo, but now I think it's Cartel del Noreste when I left. I was there from 2014 to 2018. And there was a war going on, like with the Mexican Marines and the Zetas, because Zetas are like a paramilitary group. So they're very strict. So you pay $1,000 to cross the Rio Grande River, right? And that's a fee that goes directly to a cartel. And I think it's also very important to distinguish that a lot of the times these human or smuggling organizations aren't necessarily cartel members. They might have relatives, they might know some people, but they almost operate a lot of the times as like their own separate entity, and they have to pay the cartels to operate. Now, obviously it depends, right? Some cartel guys are smugglers or whatever, but people always think that like, oh yeah, the cartel smuggle aliens. A lot of the times they don't from a day-to-day standpoint because it's a very labor-intensive criminal organization. I mean, you're moving people around, you're housing them, you're feeding them, you got to give them water, you got to be able to keep them in a stash house, you keep them with their family. So it's an enormous amount of bookkeeping and logistics that go into it. This is why a lot of criminals don't like smuggling illegal aliens, because with drugs, you don't got to feed them or house them or anything, you just move them. But with people, it's very difficult. So a lot of the cartels don't like to do that because it's a lot of work, right? What they do instead is they let these smuggling organizations specialize in it, and they just pay them a tax, and they get rid of every single person that crosses the river, comes into their territory. It's a much more efficient way to make money and profit from the illicit business without necessarily getting your hands dirty. But anyway, so assuming all that's done, they cross into the United States. Now, a lot of the times when they have like what we call exotics, like let's say Ling Ling and his squad, he'll probably be traveling with a couple of other Chinese nationals. They'll move them all together, right? And they'll move them all together because a lot of the times what'll happen is there'll be one person that's responsible for that group of Chinese individuals or these exotics, right? So they'll move them together because they know that once they get them to the drop-off point, someone is probably going to pick all of them up at the same time. Probably go to New York City, LA, San Francisco, one of these places where that ethnicity is, where that group of people is. So once they cross into the United States, now the United States branch of the criminal organization takes over. So we have a transnational portion in the Chinese side, then we have a Mexican portion. Now we're going to get into the U.S. side. Once they cross the border into the United States, now they're dealing with the next leg of the organization. So when they cross, right, especially in Nuevo Laredo, they're going to get them across the river. Once they get across the river, we call a foot guide like, you know, regular people call them coyotes. That coyote is responsible for guiding them throughout the brush to get them to a destination where they could be picked up. A lot of the times, they're going to try to walk in a way where they don't activate the Border Patrol sensors. On the border, there's all kinds of sensors all over the place. And the really experienced foot guides are not only able to get the group across, but they're also able to get them across and navigate so they don't trip these sensors that activates Border Patrol where they go out and look for them. So, and some of these foot guides have been doing this for 10, 20, 30 years. Like, these guys are career foot guides, right? So their job is to get them to where they need to get picked up and then go right back to Mexico. Their job is not to get caught a lot of the times like some of them do. The amateurs get caught. The smart ones get them to where they got to go. They're traveling with a compass. They know they have resources with them. They have a phone, multiple phones, and then again where they got to go. Once they get into a highway, typically some type of, you know, rural highway or whatever, another smuggler is going to come in a van or a vehicle, pick them up quickly, and get them to a stash house. Now, on the southwest border, guys, it's not like up here where we have like regular police patrolling. You're going to see Border Patrol units everywhere on the southwest border. And that's because they have their authority on the border and its functional equivalent, right? Or it's called the functional equivalent of the border, right? That's why there's Border Patrol checkpoints. If anyone here been to South Texas or Arizona or any of these places on the southwest border? Any of you guys went through a Border Patrol checkpoint where they ask you, what is your citizenship? One guy. Oh man, you're an Indian, bro. You're in trouble. I am Indian. Secondary. Did you put deodorant on today? I'm just kidding. So.
Man,
come on, man. We don't got that many Indian guys in Miami. Come on, bro. I had to do it. So, I won't say thank you, come again. Thank you, come again. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. So, anyway, so where was I? So once they get picked up, right? That person picks them up, and they got to get them to a stash house immediately, okay? Because Border Patrol is crawling all over the place, so they got to make sure that they don't get stopped by Border Patrol, because Border Patrol can like stop the vehicle, do an immigration inspection on everybody in the vehicle. Hey, of what country are you a citizen of? That's the question they ask. And that's why when you guys go through the southwest, when you're on the southwest border and you go through these Border Patrol checkpoints, they can ask you that question. Now, there was a time, funny story about this, where people were recording themselves going through checkpoints and not answering the question. Right, this is an illegal checkpoint. I'm not going to answer this question. And I got a funny story on that I'll tell you guys after I give you this monologue. Someone remind me, and I'll tell you the funny story about these people that try to go viral on YouTube. But so they have this stuff. So they got to get, long story short, it's crawling with Border Patrol. They got to get them to a stash house. So they get them to a stash house, right? Once they get to the stash house, now they have to deal with the stash house operator. That stash house operator, a lot of the times, has 10, 20, 30 different aliens at that house from other people that dropped them off. And while those aliens are sitting there, they're responsible for feeding them, giving them water, giving them food, etc. As a matter of fact, one of the ways that I would get my search warrants sometimes is I would check the trash of anyone that I thought was a suspected stash house operator, because I'm going to see a lot of cheap food. I'm going to see a lot of, disposable plates and plastic knives, all this other stuff. And this is actually all good probable cause to establish that they are using that house and that residence as a stash house, because you're going to see, like on paper, when you do the check, 2 or 3 people are supposed to live at that address, but you see food for like, these dudes are throwing a party every day. And it's like, bro, I know you guys aren't throwing a fiesta here. What's going on? So that's actually a great way to get probable cause and a great way to identify a stash house. And they're all over the place in Laredo, Texas, on the southwest border in general. Whether you're in Laredo, McAllen, the RGB, doesn't matter. There's stash house everywhere. Now, their goal is to get the aliens off the road immediately, get them into a house. Once they get them in the house, they want to move them. Now, the stash house operator is going to be pressuring the aliens when they get there. Hey, did you pay the next leg? Because if they didn't pay to that stash house operator and his portion of the organization, they're not going to be allowed to be picked up from that house and move forward, right? And this is going to be the most critical component of the leg of the trip, because once they get picked up from that stash house, more than likely they're going to take them north past the Border Patrol checkpoint, whether they get smuggled on a truck, a regular car, in the trunk, whatever it is. And this is where they run into a lot of danger as well, because they can get, put into a place or into a car, and, sometimes it's really hot, especially in South Texas. They end up suffocating.
Yo, Matt,
dying,
GG, bro.
Maybe. I remember I had one big case out of San Antonio where like 100 aliens were in the back of a truck in Walmart. You guys might have seen this a couple years back, and a bunch of them died and suffocated, right? Because from heat exhaustion, because the truck driver put them there at a parking lot in July, it just didn't back, and a bunch of them died and they couldn't get out. So this happens all the time on the southwest border, where illegal aliens are dying. And they always get an enhancement if we arrest them and someone dies or gets hurt, or there's what we call an endangerment, which is a sentencing enhancement. So, so now that they're at the stash house and they got to get to the next leg, this is very important because more than likely they're going to go to San Antonio, right? And the reason why San Antonio is so important is
Phantom Reactor!
There's a big checkpoint 29 on Interstate Highway 35, where if the smuggler are able to get the aliens past that, they're pretty much home free, right? Because, like I said before, the Border Patrol is heavily concentrated 30 miles inward into the border and beyond.
Pregnant single mom!
They don't have the checkpoints and the same amount of resources and the same amount of staff, etc. They're typically going to be assigned to like a local police department or a federal agency that doesn't prioritize immigration. So if Border Patrol is beyond the checkpoint, they're going to be far and few between. So they get to San Antonio. If they make it there, successfully, they make it there, and then from there, whoever's responsible for those aliens picks them up there, pays off the final fee, and they're good to go. And then they end up need to go in the United States a lot of times, since San Antonio is right there on Interstate Highway 35 and 10. Interstate Highway 10 goes east to west, goes from Jacksonville all the way to LA, and then Interstate 35, like I said before, takes you all the way to the Midwest, and you can get anywhere else you need to. Austin is an hour up from San Antonio, then another 3 or 4 hours is Dallas, and then you're pretty much on your way wherever you need to go. And then the interstate highway system is very critical for the smuggling of aliens, obviously. So that's kind of how smuggling works in the United States when it comes to the land border version, right? So, and then they can get to wherever they got to go. So Ling Ling made it, right? He makes it through. He pays his ridiculous amount of money to different people within the organization to facilitate his next step of the movement. And then from there, he gets to wherever he's got to go. Next thing you know, he's in Flushing, Queens, selling fake Jordans. So, now when it comes to maritime, very similar. The only difference is instead of going to Mexico, guys, they're going to go to the Bahamas, okay? Now, in my career, just to give you guys a little bit of background, I started my career in Laredo, Texas from Laredo. I was there for about 4 years, left in 2018, went to the Miami field office from 2018 to 2020 before I resigned because, we started having this podcast, started going viral and stuff like that. So, hey, bro, you can't be talking about this stuff on the internet, So I ended up resigning. I left on good terms, but it was a great, it was a fun time. But I got a look at maritime smuggling. Now, the difference between maritime smuggling and land border smuggling is with the maritime, the transit country instead of Mexico is going to typically be the Bahamas, right? So they get to the Bahamas. Bimini is a big one, especially since it's just a few miles off the coast of Miami. They'll get into the Bahamas. They'll pay their fees, etc., and then they'll be smuggled across via boat. Now, obviously, since it's maritime, they can't do the same level of volume as the southwest border, so most aliens come in through the southwest border. But, I do think it's important to note that maritime's still very prevalent. It's not just, the Miami Vice where they're smuggling drugs and illegal aliens with these boats. They also do it with illegal aliens. And in that one, right, they'll typically, a lot of times they'll clean them up, say that they're just passengers. They give them fake documents. And maritime is also very prevalent as well. So that's typically how it goes on that end. And then they come in through whether it be Miami or one of these other big ports, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach, etc. They're coming in. So that's kind of how smuggling works, guys. Now, I think it's very important for people to distinguish that there is a difference between human smuggling and human trafficking. I see people talk about this all the time. Like, even law enforcement professionals will get up there and conflate human smuggling and human trafficking. And the big difference between human smuggling and human trafficking, guys, is with the human smuggling, a lot of the times, almost every time, they're paying an illicit organization to come to the United States, tens of thousands of dollars, depending on where they're from, versus the human trafficking typically occurs once they get here and maybe they didn't pay their dues, maybe they're working for a boss that's taking advantage of them, they take their documents or whatever, they're being forced to work to pay off a debt. So that's the difference between human smuggling and human trafficking. Smuggling, they're paying to come here, they get in, and a lot of the times they just want to get them out the house, like I told you guys with the stash house operators, whatever, because they're hot box down there in the southwest border. And then once they're their final destination, that's where they're more likely going to be a victim for the human trafficking. Does it occur during the actual trip? Of course, it happens where people are being held in stash houses or whatever. They can't pay their fee. They get stuck there. They're extorted in the family. That happens, of course, as well. But it's not as common as TV and people make it out. The human trafficking a lot of times ends up happening once they get to their destination or where they're supposed to go, because the smugglers want to get paid, and they know for them to get paid, they need to get that person out of their midst and get them to the next leg of their trip. So that's in general how smuggling works in the United States and how illegal aliens come to the United States. And I think it's very important that you guys all know this because people think all the time, oh my God, these are like innocent people that are just coming here and they're being abused. But make no mistake about it, they have to pay an illicit organization to facilitate their entry into the United States. And these illicit organizations, a lot of times also, you know, are involved in drug trafficking, they're involved in extortion, they're involved in murder, they're involved in all kinds of things. Because like I said before, even if that human smuggling organization isn't, you know, intimately tied to maybe the cartel, they're still paying the cartels because they're operating in on their grounds. So I guess I can open it up for questions if anybody had anything for immigration, and then if anybody wants to talk about anything else, we can. But I saw like a hand or two go up, and I went over a lot, by the way, guys. So if you need me to go back and refine anything, please let me. Great question, great question. Yeah, so it does happen. I worked on a couple of cases where we had, you know, Pakistanis that were utilizing the Mexican corridor to come in the United States. Obviously, when you get human smuggling cases like that, you bring in the FBI because the FBI is the lead agency when it comes to terrorism. And, you know, it's interesting because, like, human smuggling is typically what HSI investigates, but if there's like a terrorism nexus, you do have to bring the FBI in, but they don't know what they're doing 9 out of 10 times, right? We call them famous but incompetent, right? So if there is that nexus, you definitely do bring them in. But what ends up happening a lot of the times is you can't prove material support for terrorism, so you end up charging them with like an immigration violation because the material support to a terrorist organization is like the bread and butter charge for the FBI. But a lot of the times they can't even charge that. It's very difficult to prove. So they end up using other charges a lot of times to get rid of these individuals, or outright use immigration statutes to deport them. But it does happen. It's not as common, but it does happen. And that's why they charge, that's specifically why smugglers charge nationals from certain countries so much money. China, Pakistan, Arab countries, Russia, etc. Any country that's basically like has an adversarial stance against the United States, any alien coming from that country, they get charged 2, 3, 4 times as much. I've seen upwards of $100,000 for an illegal alien for some of these countries to come into the U.S., especially if they've been deported before, etc. Because for these smuggling organizations, they know that if there's an exotic that has a shady past, and they get caught, that's going to slow business down for them. They can't move people through as much as they want, and that ends up hurting them. So it does happen. They're just a lot more cautious about it, and they charge them a lot more money to do it.
Are there any other questions? If so, please come over here and you'll have the mic. So if you have a question, please walk over here. Please be careful, and I'll have the mic.
And no question is dumb, guys. I went over a lot quickly to give you guys kind of a summary. So anything that you guys need refined or clarified, I'd be happy to do it. So I covered a lot of ground quickly.
What were some of your experiences like with protection? Because my dad actually works for DHS as a special agent, had to do protection for the United Nations. What was your experiences with protection like?
That's interesting. That's when I had to go to the UN. I protected the president of Congo. It's cool, man. I mean, like, I could see why some of these Secret Service agents hate their jobs, though. Like, okay, so you guys are all in college, so I'm gonna give you guys some game here real fast. The 3 worst agencies to work for, guys, okay? They're going to hate me for saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. United States Secret Service, U.S. Marshal Service, and DSS might suck too, Diplomatic Security Service. And the reason why is because people think that, like, you join the Marshals, you're going to be in the task force and catching people. What ends up happening a lot of times, you just transport prisoners around. Secret Service, you think you're getting financial investigations or protecting the president. No, you're guarding a rich camp somewhere. They're like meeting with someone, like, and it's not the president. It's like their kid, right? Who's in college? That's an idiot. So, and then DSS, like, think of it as like Secret Service, but you're like abroad. You're doing a lot of protection details. So the protection detail agencies are not that fun, and then the marshals obviously doing courtroom security and moving prisoners around. The fugitive task force is fun, but what ends up happening is you can only do it for like 3-6 months at a time, and the most senior guys get that coveted position on those task forces. Protection is cool. It's just that, like, I can see why the Secret Service has the highest. They have some like the highest attrition rates. Like, people leave or go to other agencies, and they also have the highest divorce rate because they work so much. Now, if you want to make money, young single guy, one of the best agencies to work for. You'll make a bunch of money. You can get overtime, which many criminal investigations don't offer overtime. Secret Service does. So if you want money, travel, single, great. Have a family, terrible. Get out of there. But yeah, I've done a couple details, and I was like, wow, this blows. You're just sitting there in a suit, standing next to a freaking garbage can or a door, like just securing a door, because it's like the way they do stuff is like they typically have like a grid security system where they need people in certain positions. A lot of times for deterrence, also for visual stuff. So it ends up putting you in a weird spot where you're just sitting there for 10, 12 hours looking at a wall. Sucks. That's exactly where I went to. Is your dad like HSI?
Yes, he is.
Sorry?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. We get called on all the time to help Secret Service because they have such few agents. Anytime these foreign dignitaries come in, they need help. So HSI, since they're both in DHS, they get pulled all the time to help out with them. Also, on the last presidential election, HSI was heavily augmented on the Secret Service details. Matter of fact, that's actually one of the things I was critical of, that they had a lot of like Secret Service guys and other agencies that help with the Secret Service details, and what ends up happening is like these people aren't as refined or as good at protection as the Secret Service agents, and that's where you end up with lapses in security, you run into problems, and bam, next thing you know, some weirdo is taking a shot at the president, right? So that's not cool. But yeah. Good question.
Hi.
What's up?
Yeah, so this question doesn't really have much to do with like the whole immigration topic, but rather more about the logistics of it that you were mentioning earlier. So when it comes to like trafficking people, especially past the U.S. border, and you were mentioning there were certain checkpoints, or especially like very rough checkpoints. What do they do to get people past? Say like you're in a car with like 4 other Chinese immigrants. Like, do they give them fake documents? Do they give them fake stories? Like, how does the whole process work with smuggling them past these checkpoints to safe areas in the U.S.?
Fantastic question. Really, really good question. Typically, the more sophisticated the smuggling scheme, the more money the smugglee is paying. So if they're getting fake documents, or they're getting, you know, even sometimes like procuring a visa through fraud or whatever, they typically paid a lot of money to be able to do that. So the more money they pay, the better the experience would be. So if we're gonna talk about a regular smuggler, they're just basically like, you know, trying to see what they can do, whether they're smuggling them in a truck, the back of a car, in a trunk, maybe they're moving them through the checkpoint at the same time as like a load is being moved, right? They can lose some weed to go ahead and move some aliens through because they're going to make some money on that because the weed isn't as expensive. They'll do fake loads or whatever. So there's many ways that they get it done, or they just go around the highways and just like move them through these, you know, rural highways all across South Texas. So there's a bunch of different ways that they get them through, but typically the more sophisticated the smuggling scheme, the more the smugglee is paying the smuggler to get a better experience. I hate to say like first class smuggling arrangement, but that's kind of what it comes down to, depending on how it goes. But yeah, this is just like, and this is, guys, when I'm talking about illegal aliens coming to the United States, I haven't even touched like the visa fraud, the overstays, the massive amount of people using marriage fraud and document benefit fraud, getting these documents illegally. Like that's a whole other thing in itself, and we have different squads just assigned to that don't even touch the human smuggling stuff. They're focusing more on the document benefit fraud with a lot of these DMVs, etc. So that's also another problem. You got dirty immigration attorneys that are filing documents for people to get them married or whatever it may be, because marriage fraud is like huge. Like in Miami, for example, the going rate was paying $10,000 to $20,000 to a U.S. citizen to go ahead and get, you know, a fake marriage. They literally walk you through the entire process of what to tell the CIS officer when you go in for your interviews, how to fill the paperwork, how to do everything to, you know, get the green card and then obviously get towards naturalization. And the thing is if you become a naturalized citizen, it's very hard to denaturate. Very, very hard. Like you'd have to be damn near a terrorist, and they'd have to prove like, you know, like deliberate fraud for them to be able to get you denaturalized. Because quite frankly, a lot of AUSAs, a lot of federal prosecutors don't want to take those cases. And that's another thing that's also very important for people to understand. In the federal system, agents don't have as much discretion to arrest people as people think. They have to do everything through the United States Attorney's Office versus like local cops. Like, you're driving drunk, you're doing something dumb, they observe drugs on you. They can make that arrest right then and there. They don't got to call a prosecutor. Feds don't operate that way. They have to always get concurrence from the United States Attorney's Office to arrest anyone on a probable cause. And even if they do a probable cause, they still got to file a criminal complaint, get it sent in within a day. That's a whole affidavit the agent has to write up with their probable cause. And then they got to bring the guy to court, etc. It's a very cumbersome process in the federal system, streamlined like the state and locals. So, and if a case is sexy, prosecutors simply are going to take it. In the immigration case, a lot of the times, especially when there's a Democrat in, they don't want to take them. Right now, with Trump in office, right, this is the first time I've ever seen the FBI mobilized doing roundups of illegal aliens. They never help out with that stuff, man. Those guys are useless. But all these agencies working together, like DEA, ATF, FBI, agencies that historically have never had Title VIII authority assisting, this is something I've never seen before, unprecedented. But it's good that he's cracking down on it. But, that's a whole other conversation in itself. But does that answer your question, though?
Yeah, okay, just a little add-on. So, when you say paying for these premium processes, like, regardless of how premium the process you pay, or in premium for that matter, like, does it still guarantee a pass through the border checks, or, like, does not paying enough, like, maybe put you at a higher risk of getting caught?
No, it makes it where the chance of you getting caught and the travel is going to be less strenuous and less painful, because like getting smuggled in the United States sucks. It could take weeks, months at a time to just, move from country to country, set yourself up. You get delayed sometimes because Border Patrol's doing certain things and the smugglers don't want to move you because they think you'll be caught. But most of the time, they get at least 2 to 3 tries. Most smuggling organizations, it's like the return policy. Like, most smuggling organizations will give the smuggler 2 to 3 attempts to try without charging them again. So if they get caught, let's say, very common, they cross the river, right, into the United States, like lingering in a squad, right? Let's say they get caught trying to cross into the river. Border Patrol apprehends them, sends them back with something called an expedited removal, which means they get deported within 2 weeks. That smuggling organization that was responsible for them, they'll get them back into Nuevo Laredo, and then they'll try again, when the coast is clear. And they typically get a few chances. No problem, man. Good questions.
Myron, I wanted to start by thanking you for coming to our university and raising awareness about this issue as an American citizen. I really value someone's voice as big as yours to spend their valuable time talking about an issue as important as illegal immigration.
Appreciate that, man. No one really talks about it. Like, I haven't seen any YouTubers go into real detail about this and how immigration works in America. And I think if more Americans knew that damn near every illegal alien that you see here in the United States probably came in through some illicit organization, I think people would look at immigration differently, because that person, whether they did it inadvertently or directly, funded these transnational criminal organizations. Obviously, that's not their intention to fund these organizations, but they understand that it's a means to an end for them to come here, because otherwise you can't get through. You would literally die from the elements or get beat up by the cartel for trying to come in without doing it. Now, have I seen situations where guys have literally come in without using organization? Yeah, but every single time I see it, it'll be their 3rd or 4th time, and I'll interview them hey, how'd you get here? Yeah, I paid one time, I couldn't get through. I said, screw it. I just tried to go in myself. They caught me, they beat my ass, and then I got sent back, and they've been assaulted multiple times for doing it. So most people don't want to deal with that. So, sorry. Go ahead. What's your question?
No worries. I would define my political views similar to yours as, an America First patriot.
Yeah.
But
that is real.
But I wanted to ask your opinion on the latest rhetoric out of Washington.
This guy.
There's been a lot of talk about war with Iran, and
Myron don't play no game.
I would label myself as reluctantly supportive of the Trump administration going into 2024. I view this prospective war with Iran as not something I would regret my Trump vote over that. Something similar to that. Would you agree with that statement?
100% I agree with you. I'm anti-war all the way. I am anti-neocon, anti-war. I think going to war in the Middle East for Israel is bullshit. Let's just call a spade a spade. A lot of these conservative, thank you, I appreciate it. A lot of these right-wing, political commentators cuck for Israel, and they don't want to admit. That's why up until October 7th, you couldn't even have this discussion. Most Americans didn't know what Zionism was. They didn't know about the ethno-apartheid state that Israel is. I mean, Netanyahu's in America right now, and obviously Trump pulled out the chair for him once again. But I find it absolutely ridiculous how people are saying, oh yeah, defund Ukraine, we need to stop this war in Ukraine, but then those same people will turn around and say, oh, but we need to give Israel everything they need for war. And the problem is that Iran is a capable country. They have an advanced missile system. They can absolutely attack us all across the Middle East if we decided to try to destroy their nuclear program, which is what they're angling to do. Right now, they're not refining it to levels of nuclear weaponry, but you know, who knows? Because they look at it like the United States, Israel has a nuclear bomb, it must, by the way. So there's been an arm race effectively since like the 50s in the Middle East, thanks to Israel illegally procuring nuclear weapons. So I don't want a war with Iran. As a matter of fact, when I voted for Trump too, just like you. The two reasons I voted for Trump were anti-war. I wanted to end the war in Ukraine, and I wanted to make sure that we kind of get a reel on Netanyahu. Netanyahu was going crazy under the Biden administration. Do whatever he wanted. He didn't listen to him. He was still, you know, breaking ceasefire deals, etc. So, yeah, man, and immigration were the two main things I voted for him for. So right now, what are we getting? We're getting a potential war with Iran. Things are escalating. We have the Signal Gate situation that happened last week or 2 weeks ago. And on top of that, we have college students being deported for speech that's anti-Israel, which I found absolutely ridiculous that they're deporting college students that are legally here because they're criticisms of Israel instead of deporting illegal aliens that are here. Ridiculous, man. Because I know for a fact, ICE ERO, who's responsible for the deportation, by the way, guys, because, and I'll explain this real fast, just so you guys really understand. Once an illegal alien makes it through the United States, let's go back to that Ling Ling scenario, right? He makes it to New York, right? He's selling fake Jordans in Flushing, Queens. Ling Ling made it through. He paid a $60K. His smugglers got him through. Now that he's actually in the United States, he's going to be the responsibility of an agency called ICE, Immigration Customs Enforcement and Removal Operations, ERO, right? And ERO has only a certain amount of ICE officers that they can go ahead and delegate to catching illegal aliens. And, you know, these major cities have a lot of illegal aliens. So a lot of times they end up, you know, putting their resources into going after criminal aliens, or what's called the CAP program. And if what's basically happened is, if you guys notice on Twitter, ICE was putting out how many people they were arresting every day, illegal aliens. They stopped putting those numbers up. Why? Because they basically shifted their focus to go after anti-Semitism on college campuses. So now they diverted those resources that were supposed to be allotted to removing illegal aliens and put them towards college students that, you know, they think have, you know, pro-Hamas sentiment, or they think are, you know, anti-Israel or whatever. And obviously that takes an enormous amount of resource, because not only do these ICRO officers have to get pulled off these details of grab these illegal aliens, now they got to investigate, go through stuff, look at who's at the protest, identify these individuals, figure out what school they go to, what kind of visa they hold. All this takes an enormous amount of time. Then they got to go out and find them. Then they go ahead and arrest them, and you're going to need like a couple of officers just to one person. I'm sure you guys saw the viral, like a week or two, of a Turkish student who was arrested up in Tufts in Somerville, Massachusetts, right outside of Boston, for writing an op-ed, right? That was talking about protesting Israel and, you know, protesting them and boycotting their products. So that's kind of where we're at, man. And this is all being done to facilitate that very war, because they want to shut down dissident of anyone that's critical of Israel and the potential war that we're going towards, which isn't good, man. I think going after students for free speech in the United States on the behalf of another country is absolutely wild. Like the fact that you could take a college student, burn an American flag, say I hate Trump, etc., and that student won't get deported. But if he says, hey, I don't like Netanyahu and the legal occupation, they'll get deported. That's wild to me. Criticize a foreign country, you go to jail. Criticize our country, you stay. So, yeah. But I agree with you on the anti-war sentiment, bro, 100%. We don't want a war with Iran. It's not good. Good question.
Hi, Myron. Again, big fan, and I really appreciate you coming here and raising awareness to a lot of issues that are affecting us all. And I'd really just like to ask you, sort of in similar respect to my brother, why, or rather, how you found the courage to raise awareness to issues in specific regard to the Israel-Palestine conflict and Russia-Ukraine. How you found the courage and the will to raise issue to these issues with great sacrifice to your own business and your own life, sort of.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I got demonetized for talking about this stuff because I was talking about Israel's influence on America before October 7th. You know, and before talking about this before October 7th was very taboo. You know, they'd call you an anti-Semite. They would say all these things about you. But, I mean, you don't even got to go to October 7th. You can go to the USS Liberty. You can go to JFK, 9/11. Like, all these events have Zionist fingerprints all over them, right? I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, the Jews did it, because that's, like, stupid. But what I can absolutely tell you is that Israeli intelligence had fingerprints on all of these different events that went down. And in some cases, were literally involved with, like, with the USS Liberty, where they bombed and killed 30 sailors, right? And this is stuff that was suppressed information for decades, right? I'm really happy that, like, Candace Owens had Phil Turney on, who was a survivor from the USS Liberty. That video got, like, 5-6 million views. And I went through the comments, and I was shocked at how many people had no idea about this historical event. So, talking about this stuff prior to October 7th was we used to have one of the fastest races in the But I'm glad that we're finally able to have this conversation, because I think October 7th kind of highlighted, you know, people seeing these kids dying, getting blown up or whatever, and people asking, well, hold on, how is Israel able to get away with this? And then bam, they started to figure out, you know, the tentacles of the Zionist lobby in our politics, how they run our foreign policy, and they've been doing so for literally decades, and how they've gotten us in a lot of situations in the Middle East. I mean, every war in the Middle East has pretty much been done for Israel's benefit. Every terrorist attack that we've endured has typically come from Islamic extremists that are angry about our foreign policy with Israel. You know, the letter to America that Osama bin Laden wrote in 2002, it went viral on TikTok, I think in November of 2023, right after October 7th. And it was amazing to me how it went viral, because most Americans didn't know why we got attacked on 9/11. Obviously, the loss of American citizens is unacceptable. That's why I joined up in the service. But I do think it's important to understand why your adversaries dislike you. And the fact that we've not been honest with the American public and telling them that, hey, it's not that they hate us because we're free. They hate us because we invade their lands and bomb their people on behalf of Israel. I think the American public needs to know that. But this is something that's been suppressed for literally decades, and now people are finally starting to wake up. And I'm glad that, you know, in the conservative space, which has typically been, you know, super pro-Israel, super, you know, they're our greatest ally, whatever, I'm glad to see people on the right wing waking up to this, when it's typically been, you know, people on the left that talked about this. But now this is the only topic I could think of that both people on the far right and people on the far left agree on, which is the control of our nation by a foreign state in the Middle East called Israel. It's getting crazy. Yeah, even Antifa, that's probably the only thing me and Antifa agree on, probably. Those losers.
All right. Hello, Myron. Thank you for coming to Penn State. I'm very passionate about illegal immigration as a topic. It's I think it's one of the most pressing issues the United States is currently facing. But from your unique perspective as an ICE agent, I want to ask about illegal immigrant crime specifically, because as you touched on before, a lot of economic migrants are posing as refugees and committing asylum fraud. And while they're in our country, they are committing numerous crimes, like such as the murder as Laken Riley. Her killer was committing asylum fraud. And typically the legacy media give a talking point that it's not a big deal. Illegal immigrant crime isn't a big deal because citizens actually commit more crimes than illegal immigrants. But from what I've heard of the various states that collect illegal immigrant crime data, it's only Texas. Now, can you tell me as an ICE agent if that's true or not?
So as far as like collecting data, I know they collect data obviously from all crimes that go down, but you're asking specifically, like, do states collect data as far as like the person being an illegal alien or the person being a citizen committing the crimes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why a lot of the states probably don't collect it is because a lot of states simply aren't interested in immigration status. So I do think it's important to note that before the Trump administration came in, Title 8, which is the immigration code, it only gets enforced federally, and there's only a couple of agencies that can do it. There's Immigration Customs Enforcement, ERO, HSI, Border Patrol, which is the green uniform, Customs and Border Protection, blue uniform, and Office of Air and Marine, which is like at a limited capacity, and then the FBI also has some limited Title 8. But the state has zero immigration authority, so that's probably why they don't ask. And then on top of that, right, because of sanctuary cities and blue states or whatever, they look at it like it's a political hot potato. And this is the thing that really bothers me when it comes to immigration enforcement for the state. Like, now they're getting on board because Trump's in, but I remember many times where when I was an agent, we would have federal warrants and we'd say, hey, we're going to go pick this guy up. And, you know, the state and locals would not want to come out and help us, right? Because the governor or the mayor of the city didn't want to be attached to that and look bad, because immigration is like a political hot potato where if it's a Democrat in, they typically don't want to touch it if it's a Republican, and they want to touch it, but within regard where it's like, oh, is this a violent criminal? You know, it's a very touchy subject, and it depends on who's in office. Like, Euro doesn't do anything ever when there's like a Democrat in office. When Biden was in and Obama, they were barely doing, going out and getting people. So, yeah, I think when it comes to that, the states just a lot of times don't report it because they don't feel the need to. But I do think, we need to be very harsh on a lot of these illegal aliens that come here and commit crimes, especially against U.S. citizens. And for those that say, oh, well, they don't commit as many crimes as American citizens, blah, blah, blah. Well, they shouldn't be here in the first place. That's why it's even more egregious and why it's out. Like, the fact that someone shouldn't have been here in the first place and commit a crime for an American citizen is absolutely unacceptable. So I think with them, we need to push it to the highest extent of laws and really punish them because they shouldn't have been here to begin with. So it's one thing if a U.S. citizen commits a crime, but it's another thing when an illegal alien comes in here that shouldn't be here, commits a crime, especially against the U.S. But no, man, I had the same sentiment when it comes to migrants committing crime here. And yeah, a lot of the fraud too. That's something that no one talks about, especially when they come from certain countries. They claim asylum, they do marriage fraud a lot of the times. They're getting visas illegally, or they come here on a student visa. This is a big one that a lot of people don't know about. One of the most common ways that people violate our immigration system is they'll get an F1 visa, which some of you guys here might have an F1 visa. As a student, there's some BS language school in the middle of nowhere that probably doesn't exist anymore. They'll get that F visa, come to the United States, go to class, and then end up just skipping out and then just working and staying here illegally for decades. So very, very common tactic that a lot of people employ to abuse the immigration system. And the problem is that we have such a... The immigration system is so busted that people are able to exploit it from different ways. Whether they come in illegally, they come in legally. There is always a way that they can scam the system. So we need to definitely fix it. No worries, man. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, it did. Thank you.
Hey, Mart. I moved here 10 years ago. I immigrated from India with my parents. They came here on a visa.
Oh, man, we got to send you back, bro.
Yeah, so they came here legally, worked really diligently, did the entire process, got the green card, and I'll be a citizen within the next year. So I'm really proud about the fact that my parents instilled those same values within me and taught me how to work hard. So my question to you was, what do you think about H-1B visas? Because I think I saw a few posts online saying that you were against it, and popular celebrities like Elon Musk and other people, they tend to defend that. So what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah. This actually... I knew we would talk about H-1B visas. Yeah, so for those that are unaware, I ended up getting banned on Twitter for being anti-H-1B visa. And my issue with the H-1B visa is that it's a visa that's often exploited and utilized by tech companies and a lot of these other companies to employ foreign labor at a cheaper cost. Right? We got to just be honest here and realize that's what it's for. And my issue is that I'm a hardcore American nationalist, and when I say I'm a nationalist, I say U.S. citizens over everything. If that means we need to employ U.S. citizens and some foreign nationals don't get a job because of it, I'm okay with that because I think we need to be serving our people first. And a lot of these companies are more interested in, a return on investment in capitalism, and that's what ends up happening a lot of times. Like capitalism takes over the nationalism. That's a whole other conversation. But when it comes to the H-1B, it needs to be reformed. It's a broken visa. It's abused, especially by tech companies to get cheap labor in. And a lot of times, the people that get this visa, which a lot of times end up coming from India, they get basically indentured servitude. They got to work for the company for a certain amount of years. They get paid very little. They can't leave. And the reason why these companies do it is because they know if they hire an American citizen, they have to give them a better wage, and that person can leave at any time for a more competitive position. So they look at it no, we want to go ahead and get these
Pay you
guys
cheaper
in,
and you're stuck.
We can abuse them. So it's really a lose-lose for all parties. And who benefits? The companies benefit. So I'm against displacing American workers for the benefit of foreign nationals and corporations. And obviously Elon Musk didn't like this, and he took my check away because I was ratioing him on X for talking about this. But that's a big reason why I voted for Trump, was to go hard on immigration. I think we need an immigration moratorium for at least 1 to 5 years, and we don't let people in, because we got to fix our system. Our visa system is messed up. Our border needs to be completely reformed, how we do things. And we need to definitely crack down on the document benefit fraud. because that's been being abused for a long time as well, and people don't talk about that. We focus so much on the southwest border, which is important, but we don't utilize, we don't look at all the other ways where we're getting beat as well when it comes to immigration.
Well, thank you for coming out here. I've been watching your content for a while now. I appreciate you for what you do, and keep doing what you do. Thank you.
I appreciate it, brother. You keep killing it.
First of all, thank you for coming out here, Myron.
Thank you, man.
This may be a little bit of a niche question.
Sure.
But,
go as deep as you guys want.
So when I think about Operation Fast and Furious and Las Vegas shoot, we talk about transferring from Mexico into the U.S. How about the U.S. into Mexico? Do you come across any kind of mercenaries from prior U.S. military in those cartels?
Great question. So first and foremost, Operation Fast and Furious, I'm glad you asked that question. For those that are unaware, basically we let a bunch of guns walk into Mexico. Those guns ended up in the hands of people killing people, and one of the worst situations, and this situation very near and dear to my heart because my name is Jaime Zapata, the HSI agent. He actually was assigned to Laredo. He was killed by a gun from the Operation Fast and Furious. He was killed in Mexico. And it's funny story. Not funny, but like wildly, close to home. My supervisor, my first supervisor, he was the one that was supposed to actually go to Mexico instead of Jaime Zapata, and he ended up not going to deal with the wife. And it could have been very well him that got killed on that day, back in, I think this was like February of 2011. But the Operation Fast and Furious almost got the ATF disbanded. It was such a big problem. But typically, when it comes to firearms, we could talk about guns all day. Money and guns typically go south into Mexico, and then drugs and illegal aliens come north. Because in Mexico, funny to believe, they actually have strict gun laws. Like if they catch like a bullet in your car, this is why I never went to Mexico. Because like if you're going over there like as a tourist or whatever, if they catch like one bullet in your car, you might go to jail for 5 years. So, it's interesting how they have these strict gun laws, but it does nothing for them. But that's a whole other conversation. But yeah, man, that's typically what ends up going on when it comes to the guns. A lot of the guns that end up in Mexico came from the United States, especially places like Texas, where they have very lax gun laws. Does that answer your question?
Yes, but I guess the follow-on was, have you ever come across, you could call them mercenaries?
Oh, yes,
with
yes.
respect to prior military in the U.S.?
Yes, funny story. Okay, so, year is roughly 2015-ish, 2016-ish, right? I'm on call, which when you're on call, you're basically, on the line for 24 hours, right? They can call you for anything. So I get a call. I'm like watching Breaking Bad or something like that. And Border Patrol calls me and says, hey, there's this guy here. He wants to provide information. We caught him at the border. Apparently he's been in informant before. He wants to talk to an HSI agent. He doesn't want to talk to Border Patrol. He wants to talk to somebody. So normally, right, you'd be like, man, I'm not going to go out for this because, you can get called at any time. So you want to conserve your energy and not go out for random calls. But me, I was like a go-getter. So I was like, you know what? I'll go out and talk to this guy. Let's see what he has to say. So I get dressed. I go over to the Border Patrol station, Laredo South, right there on 109 Shiloh Drive. And I go there and I sit down and I talk with him. And I'm like, so hey, what's up, man? And I get his information, right? He only wanted to talk to me. He didn't want to talk to any Border Patrol agent. I was like, okay. And as I'm sitting there talking to him, he tells me basically that he's a hitman for the Zetas and that he worked for the Trivizions. And for those that are unaware, the Trivizions basically ran the Los Zetas cartel for many years. They use call signs Z42, Z40, etc. And he would work for these guys, and his job was, he was basically the guy that ran like cover fire. So when they would move around Nuevo Laredo, because there was a war at the time, 2014 and like 2018, the whole time I was there was like a war between the Mexican Marines and the Los Zetas. His job was anytime they move around in their motorcade, and they were getting attacked by the Mexican Marines, his job was to get out the car and start shooting back at the Mexican Marines to create a diversion to allow his boss to escape. Because since the Marines didn't know which car he was in, they would have these diversion techniques. They're like a paramilitary organization. They have these diversion techniques to ensure that the boss always got away. So, and it's interesting because like as he was telling me this story, he was just so like candid and matter of fact about it. It's like, yeah. So I get out the car, I pull out my AK, and I just start shooting at him. And what I do is I try to confirm as many kills as I can because I get a bonus. I was like, what? He was like, yeah, I get a bonus. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, yeah. So what I would do is like after I shoot them and I know someone's dead, I'll go up to the body and I'll cut a finger off. And I would get a bonus per finger that I brought over to the boss. He would get like $1,000 per person he killed or some crazy stuff like that. And he would have to cut the finger off to confirm it when he brought it back to the boss. And it wasn't so much the story was crazy. It was more how he told the story with just plain face, didn't care. It was like he was like talking like, yeah, this is what I do for work, man. This is my job description. And I guess that's what ends up happening, where when you're doing this as a job all the time, for years and years and years,
You just turn cold.
You have to just kind of like look at it that way. It's so cold.
Hey, it's cold, bro.
He was giving me a bunch of information. Basically, he wanted to give information on the Moraleses because I traded and he was pissed off. And I was in a human smuggling group at the time. I had a buddy who was in the border / kidnapping group, or also known as BEST, Border Enforcement Security Task Force, which is all over the United States. I called him up, hey, got this guy here. It's probably going to be a good source. He came, took it over from there, and I handed him off. But that was something that will always stick with me, how he talked about killing Mexican Marines and how we would go over to the bodies after and cut the fingers off so that he can, claim his prize at the end of the day. Absolutely wild. So,
I'm good, bro. Thank you.
No worries, man. Good question.
How's it going? Once again, thank you for coming out here.
What's up, brother?
I guess my question is just kind of give more perspective to the people here and people at home about like what your a day-to-day could be to you. I guess, what would you say is the most horrific thing that you ever witnessed down at the border?
Sure. And I'm assuming when you say day-to-day, like when I was on a job, right? Right?
Yeah, just an example of how bad it could get.
Yeah, so every day was different, man, because on the Swiss border, you're getting called every day, right? You're getting on the southwest border, since Border Patrol and Customs are catching illegal aliens and people moving drugs and they're catching guns going south, money going south all the time, you're constantly in response mode. So it's very difficult actually to run like proactive cases because you're getting called so much. And like they have duty where you're on call for 24 hours and then it rotates from like you to other guys in your group. And if someone in your group gets a call, let's say they catch 20 aliens, the whole group's got to go out to interview, all the witnesses and stuff like that. So you end up getting a lot of response cases, right? Now, for me, I did a lot of proactive cases. I was not one of these like reactive agents. I was always on the duty list and took those cases too. But I was real big on doing like, big organized crime cases. But a day, man, like I would wake up, middle day, right? Like 11, 12. I'd check my phone, check my email, eat something real quick or go right to the office. Start working on reports, following up on anything. Maybe an informant would call me. At the time, I was running like
I'm
10
currently
live. Some documented, some not, which I could talk about how that works too with informants if you guys want.
I'm currently live.
And then, like, maybe a guy would be saying, hey, we got a call. We got to run out. Hey,
I'm currently live. Everybody click down here. Red circle around our profile. Hope to see you all soon. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed.
One day I might be in
Appreciate
court,
all the
another day I
support
would
once
be
again.
looking
Click
for
down here.
another
Red
day
circle
would
around our
be
profile.
getting
Come
an
play
arrest warrant.
Fortnite or
Another
whatever.
day
Come
we'd
talk.
be,
Come chill.
Responding to the port to see some drugs. So literally every day was different. I know it sounds very cheesy, but on the southwest border, you're like running and gunning. Like they say, 1 year on the southwest border is like the equivalent to like being 5 years in the interior, just because things move so quickly, right? So, but that's like what an average day would be. Now, as far as like the worst situation, man, there's so many. But one thing that I could think of off the top of my head that stuck out to me was I remember we got a call one time about a little girl that was kidnapped out of Houston, and the girl, basically they had said that the person that kidnapped her was trying to bring her to Laredo. Houston's about 5 hours west of Laredo.
Yo, what's up, Bentley?
They were saying that this guy was trying to get her into Mexico. Apparently she met him in a chat room or something like that. He met her at her house, picked her up. Her parents didn't know where she was, but they looked back at the logs and they figured out who it was, etc. So, and at the time we didn't have like his info. We just kind of like had a rough number or whatever. So I get this call like 1 o'clock in the morning. And it was my buddy, I'll never forget, John. He was the on-call guy. So I think they had contacted the FBI, but they didn't answer whatever. And we're border agents, HSI, so like we're used to getting late night calls. So out, and we immediately try to figure out who this guy was. We're looking at all cameras. I remember being up all night, man, trying to like figure out where this little girl was. And we ended up finding out where she was, and we got the guy arrested. But the thing that I remember the most was like how I was so tired and I was dead, but I was like, you know what, it doesn't matter because I can always sleep later. But if we don't get this, this little girl back, like she's gone forever if she crosses into the border. So we put CBP on notification, told them, hey, lock down the ports. If you see this car, this is the girl, this is the guy who we think is the suspect. And we ended up finding her, but it took, it was up all night, like from 1 o'clock all the way up until like the afternoon of the next day. And it's funny because the FBI didn't find out what was going on until hours later. We heard that this girl that's missing. Like, bro, we're already on. So, yeah. And this happened a lot where agencies fight on the southwest border. That's another thing that's very common as well, interagency fighting, because a lot of the times we have different authorities that all overlap, right? We can all investigate drug trafficking, we can all investigate violent crime to a degree. So there's a lot of competition on the southwest border too, because DEA, FBI, HSI, ATF, all the agencies have a pretty strong representation on the southwest border because of how busy it is.
Yeah. No, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
No worries, man. Good question.
Okay. Were you racist before you worked on the border?
Was I racist before?
Or did it make you racist being on the border?
I've always been racist. I was born racist. I was born this way.
Thank you.
Let's go, baby.
Myron, chat's getting mad at us in both of the live streams because we're not asking about the Jews. So do a question for you.
Sure, let's do it.
What is the time scale that we learn at Mass the answer to the JQ?
Man. I'll tell you this, we're going through a mass awakening right now. I've talked with guys that have been talking about this stuff for a minute, right? A couple of decades. And they've even said, I've spoken with guys like, shout out to Lucas Gage, Ryan Dawson, a lot of these guys have been talking about this stuff for like the better part of a decade. They even told me, like, dude, the rate at which people are waking up to Israel control of our government is crazy. Like they've said in the past year or so, they've seen more progress than in the 10 to 15 years that they've been talking about it. Because the thing is if you talked about this topic prior to October 7th, man, like you were gonna get, it's like an insta ban, right? And then, hey, I don't want to play the music, right? But like, but if you do the early life check and you figure out who ran YouTube and who ran Facebook and who ran Meta and Instagram and Google during this period of time, and they still do, and many of them, they're all Zionists, man. So, there's a reason why this topic has been taboo for so long, but I think with the overwhelming amount of shock and outrage of what's going on with October 7th, the ADL, Media Matters, a lot of these organizations that typically would censor individuals that were critical of Israel, they just can't go after everybody. There's too many people that are talking about this. And the crazy part is that this is, like I said before, this is like the one topic I've seen people on both the far left and the far right actually agree on. Now, they come to different reasons, same conclusion for different reasons, right? What I've noticed—
I don't know, man.
They make the humanitarian argument, it's apartheid ethno-state, they're occupying Israel, it's messed up. They're coming from that angle, and then a lot of people on the far right come from a more—
Who is this piece of shit talking to?
Like, hey, we have
Fuck
a
you, dude.
Controlling our politicians.
F you, man.
Our foreign policy is 100% basically being run by these individuals, which puts us in precarious situations internationally. Both come to the same conclusion for different reasons, but hey, I'll take it all day, right? Like this is, if someone like me is agreeing with like someone like Hassan Piker, that should tell you that it's a big problem. So, but people are waking up, which is good.
Yeah, and we can thank Elon for that, for facilitating that, even though we may have disagreements on the H-1B position.
I'm sorry?
I said we can thank Elon for that, facilitating that on X.
Yes, and Rumble too. There's been an incredible rise on like free speech platforms, on alternative platforms that allow people to say this stuff. But I would say October 7th definitely like set it over the edge. Then you got people like Candace Owens, Dan Bilzerian, Ian Carroll. Like, it's crazy. On the same day, Ian Carroll went on Joe Rogan, Candace Owens went on Theo Von, and Andrew Tate went on Nelk, and they all talked about Israel. On the same day, I was like, holy crap. Like, and each of these interviews got like millions of views, right? Like, Ian Carroll talked about the dancing Israelis and Epstein, which we could talk about Epstein all day. We all know what he was doing. He was a Mossad asset, or Israeli intelligence asset. Talked about JFK. Owens talked about the black male groups. And Andrew Tate said, there's one group you can't criticize in America, and he said, it's the Zionist lobby. So the fact that this all happened on the same day was wild. So,
while we're at it, what's your quick take on the JFK files that's come out?
We were fucking right. That's what I gotta say, man. We were fucking right. The Israelis were absolutely involved in killing John F. Kennedy. If you had talked about this, see, now I'm excited. Bro, if you talked about JFK and you said Israel was involved, they would consider you a fringe conspiracy theorist. They would want to silence you. They'd say, get this guy out of here. He's a kook, blah, blah, blah. But now we know, because the files finally got declassified and they unredacted a bunch of the stuff, we know for a fact what we've been talking about forever. And the long short of it is this, because I know a lot of you guys might be saying, JFK, what is this guy talking about? Long story short is this. John F. Kennedy found out that Israel had a nuclear program that they were working on. He didn't want them to have nuclear weapons for obvious reasons, because now we have the destabilization in the Middle East that we have now, thanks to the Israelis. Nuclear technology.
So
How'd they get it? They stole uranium, higher grade uranium, from the United States, out of Pennsylvania. This is a great state of Pennsylvania, by the way. From the Apollo facility, and they illegally smuggled it over there, and they used it to create their nuclear program that they have now. And JFK worked really hard to try to get them to stop, and basically Israel lied to them. They made a fake control panel room, had the inspectors come in. JFK figured out it was a lie. And then we find out that James Jesus Angleton, who was a high-ranking CIA officer back then, basically helped Israel procure their nuclear program that they currently have now after JFK was killed in the 1960s. And he talked about this in closed Senate hearings back in the 70s. And finally,
pregnant single moms.
And have these files that are unredacted that show that Israeli intelligence was involved.
Shout to everybody that's watching.
For decades, and said even when you look at the document on the side, it says like CIA is okay with declassification except for brackets. All of the brackets were basically Israeli intelligence, and that's what we got a chance to look at with these 80,000 documents. So the conspiracy theorists were proven right. Now I want to say one thing, and then we'll go to the next person, because I do think that this is important. Look, some people say it's a coincidence. I don't think it's a coincidence, but I find it interesting that the most famous movie that depicts the JFK assassination is a movie by Oliver Stone, 1991, called JFK. Good movie. And in the movie, it documents the the pursuit of the JFK assassination from prosecutor of New Orleans called Jim Garrison, if I'm not mistaken. And the interesting thing is, if you watch the movie, entertaining movie, they talk about the mafia angle, they talk about the CIA angle, they talk about inside job, etc. But one thing that's interesting is that the Zionist angle and the Israeli intelligence angle is completely left out. Well, if you research the movie and you find out who funded the movie, who funded it? Guy named Arnon. Feel free to Google it on your phones right now and check the early life. I think what we're going to see there. But yeah, definitely a big one. Jewish Zionist billionaire running around Hollywood, right? He was the one that funded the JFK movie, as many other Hollywood movies. Now, why is this important? The reason why this is important is because the guy went on Israeli television and admitted that he was a spy. But not only was he a spy, he was a spy for their unacknowledged nuclear program. So let me get this straight. The president tried to stop Israel from getting nukes.
Well, get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. Fuck you.
We now know that Israeli intelligence was involved. The guy that funded the movie that is the biggest blockbuster hit when it comes to JFK assassination that most Americans are familiar with was a spy.
He's a piece of shit, man. Fuck him, man.
For their unacknowledged nuclear program that JFK tried to destroy. Crazy. Absolutely nuts. But then if you say this and make this connection, the movie, and made sure to keep the Zionist angle out of this movie, because I think if the American public knew that a former president tried to stop Israel from getting nuclear weapons, they got them anyway, illegally, and potentially had a hand in him being assassinated, the American public would not stand for that. They'd be extremely angry. So I think him funding it and being involved.
What the hell am I gonna say? No one's saying anything in the chat. I'm just sitting here talking to myself. Fuck you. Let me block this piece of shit, dude. I'm just gonna be sitting here just fucking saying, fuck you, man. I'm sitting here listening to this guy fucking talk. He's talking. The fuck? Stupid, man. Straight piece of shit, man. Fucking idiot, yo. Get the fuck out of here.
That all of Israel's enemies are destroyed too.
This dude is fucking talking on the thing. What the fuck am I gonna be talking about? No one's saying anything. He's fucking talking. What the fuck am I gonna do? Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit.
Yeah, interesting enough, man. That's my thoughts on
Stupid, man.
That, like an Israeli spy funded that movie.
The fuck? I'm sitting here listening to this guy. What the fuck am I gonna be saying?
And I think we need to wake more people up and let them know, like, dude.
Fucking stupid, man.
So, and there were many other facts that I wanted JFK gone. I'm not gonna just sit here and say the Jews. Like the CIA wanted him gone, organized crime wanted him gone. They all had their axe to grind with him. But I find it very interesting how
literally got a guy talking in the background. Am I gonna be talking over him?
And it's censored, and it's been censored that way for a very long time. And we got it took us 60, 80 years to get the documents unclassified finally to see this angle. So we were right, man. We were vindicated. So.
Fucking clown, man.
And I came up with another question.
Sure.
It's related to the Columbia and Tufts students who are in the process of getting deported or having their cases heard again because they reportedly violated their student visas or green cards based on, and this is something a lot of, you see a lot of suppression of Free Palestine or groups or protests criticizing Israel by saying that they are promoting Hamas. They're using that reasoning to deport them. Do you think that those criticisms are, or those charges are legitimate? And if not, what do you think would be a legitimate justification for deporting those who already have green cards or are in the process of becoming citizens?
Why is this nigga gotta try to complicate the sentence, man?
The Homeland Security Act, right, which, you know, obviously came after the Patriot Act, which
shit crazy.
A guy named Chertoff, which if you do early life on him, we'll know where he's from as well. But that's a whole other conversation. So the thing is that the statute that they're using, I think it's a section of 237 for removing. I don't remember the exact statute, but it's a very unclear, nebulous statute that they're using to use to deport the students. And here's the thing. Obviously, they deported, they began the deportation process for a guy named Mahmoud Khalil out of Colombia, right? And he's kind of been like the main beacon of this, and they've arrested other students as well. I think, honestly, what they're doing here, I don't even think they're really concerned with deporting the students. I think the punishment is the process here. I think they're trying to create a chilling effect to get these students to chill out and stop protesting, especially students from
sending a message
from foreign countries.
Absolutely.
Will they get these guys deported? Who knows? I think the law is very, nebulous at best, and it's going to be tough for them to be able to.
Sorry if I feed. Well, if you feed,
like the girl
not like I'll be surprised.
Op-ed talking about boycott Israel. No mention of Hamas in there. So I don't think they necessarily care so much about actually going through the deportation process with these guys. Rather, they want these guys, make these guys an example so other people don't think to protest against Israel, because the college campuses, like, they're the ground zero for some of the opposition for the wars in the Middle East. So they're looking at it like, hey, this got out of control last year. We're going to reel this in. We're going to scare these people into from protesting. And just off of telling foreign students that they get deported, that might bring the protest down by like 50% because they don't want to get deported. So I think that's what their real goal is. Now, as far as like, Hamas and terrorism and everything else like that, and this is kind of where you get into a weird area, because I know a lot of you guys already know this, but like for those that are watching on YouTube or whatever, Hamas is the governing body of Gaza. So it's very difficult to separate the two, where if someone advocates for the freedom of the Palestinians in Gaza, it's very difficult to be able to separate that from potentially benefiting Hamas too. Because if you say, give them relief, stop the bombing, ceasefire, well, guess what? Hamas is going to benefit from that because they're not getting bombed and killed too, just alongside the citizens. And since they're amongst the citizens, it's very difficult to be able to clearly articulate if they are supporting Hamas or not, because if you advocate for the Palestinian people, you're kind of by definition advocating for Hamas because you don't want them, they benefit from the citizens not getting killed, right? So it's very easy to come to that conclusion, well, you're a Hamas supporter too, which I think that's what they want, so that they can go ahead and put you in a box and say, we're going to deport you now, or whatever, because this immigration law is very nebulous at best that they're utilizing, that Marco Rubio is trying to use. So we'll see what happens, but I do think that the punishment is the process, and that's their goal here. And just to be clear here, I think Hamas is definitely a terrorist organization. They fit the definition. They're committing acts of violence for a political ideology. But if we're going to call Hamas a terrorist organization, so is the IDF. And I think it's also important that people understand that the IDF was created by Ergun, Haganah, Stern Gang, etc. These were all terrorist organizations, even defined by the United States. And then they rebranded and became the IDF. But, Menachem Begin, right, one of the prime ministers, the father of terrorism, his nickname, I don't know if I butchered the last name, but you guys get the point. He ended up becoming a prime minister. He was responsible for the bombing of the King David Hotel, killed 100 people, British people, right, assassinations, etc. So Israel's been committing acts of terrorism for decades, and this is how the state of Israel was created, was through terrorism. So if we're going to call Hamas a terrorist organization, fair, I agree with that, but we also need to label the IDF as one as well. But yeah, man, I think the punishment is the process here. I don't think they're really too concerned with deporting these students rather than creating a chilling effect and getting these schools to comply.
All right, thank you.
No worries, man.
Hello, I'm back again for another question.
Sure.
There's an interesting, I believe for the one they're using to deport students is the Alien Enemies Act, which the Supreme Court just ruled saying they're allowed to do that. So, and it works for that in that situation.
The one from like the 1700s, right?
Yes.
I'm not mistaken.
I think, or it might have been around World War One.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's now allowed again. Also, there's a movie called Some of All Fears. Israeli nuke is used by, I think, something like Nazis to blow up in the Super Bowl. But the interesting one, it correlates this. The bomb's plutonium was American plutonium. Because the story was in Pennsylvania, I believe it was
We got a lot of weirdos, man. A lot of these dudes looking sound like some weirdos, bro.
Falsified records saying that's how the uranium got to Israel. There's an interesting documentary about that of how.
What's the name of it?
American, I believe it's called American Nuclear Company. I'm not sure what the exact name was. It's like, I forgot what the documentary's name was. It was on YouTube. It was about all of this. Because I want to be a nuclear engineer, so I'm very interested in nuclear stuff like this, especially for the fact.
Watch Numek by Ryan Dawson. He goes over this as well. It's really good. It's on Rumble. You can't find it on YouTube for obvious reasons. Numek is, and that's the name of the facility where they stole the uranium from.
Yeah, I believe it was the exact one. But the one that's interesting for DHS and also deals with nuclear smuggling and based on how little containers we actually check. What is the actual threat of a terrorist organization or a rogue state sending something to attack us? And there's one more thing interesting for the Israeli military, comparing them to Hamas. Well, that's because every intelligence organization technically does acts of terror, but it's under the banner of doing it with your state. So if you get a nation, now you're allowed to do terrorism. And also, nuclear bomb is probably the best defense against war crimes because Nana and Boo Boo, now you can't invade us. Look at Iraq compared to Israel. They have nukes, can't get invaded.
Yeah, no, I mean, nuclear weapons, a lot of the times are more of a strategic tool than like an actual, weapon. It's used a lot of the times. And this is why, like, Israel's been able to do the things they do pretty much unchecked, is because they're the only country in the area with nuclear weapons. So, and this is why they're so hell-bent on getting rid of Iran's nuclear program, because know that if Iran's able to get a nuclear weapon, they will not be able to be as aggressive in their, military tactics or escalation towards war as they're being now. So that's why they're hell-bent. And they've been trying to do this for 20 years to get rid of it. But the problem is they need us to do it. So we'll see what happens, man. I really hope we don't go to war. But the way it's looking, like we're close. I'd say we're closer to war now than in a very long time.
There's a weird thing for a seismic event that classified that Iran might already have a nuclear weapon. Also the fact, this one interesting fact, if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, very quickly afterwards, Saudi Arabia is going to start a program to do it, and that basically, by that time, the entire region will have one.
Absolutely. And this nuclear arms race has been kicked off since the 50s. Since Israel's been trying, after the Suez Canal crisis in '56, Israel pretty much determined right then and there, we need the bomb by any cost necessary. If that means we need to steal it from our ally, the United States, or we need to go ahead and work with the French to get the reactor, they pretty much were hell-bent on getting that nuclear bomb. And that basically kicked off a arms race in the entire region. And even back, the CIA even told Kennedy, they advised him, when Kennedy made the decision to go after Ben-Gurion and tell him, hey, you need to stop this nuclear program, it's because his advisors told him, hey, look, if Israel gets a nuclear weapon, it's going to embolden them to escalate tension in the Middle East and create a lot of problems for us geopolitically. And Kennedy knew this back in the 60s. That's why he tried to stop him, and then he gets killed, and then bam. Now they got the bomb, and we've been ramifications of it ever since.
Here's the one for got their nuke also by developing with South Africa, which had nuclear bombs at one point, but then decommissioned them. So there was a test in the Indian Ocean that was like a massive plume of energy release that nobody knew what it was, and lots of people now suspect it was an Israeli nuclear test in cooperation with the South Africans. It's almost like, and then we definitely all knew the fact they had it. And there's also one. So, based on the fact, my other part of my question: what was your opinions of the fact of someone trying to sneak in either nuclear material or nuclear weapon in general into the United States based on current border security from anywhere, from either the north, south, or from maritime?
Smuggling it in or out?
In,
not so much, but out. There's been many. I remember one case I did where there was an Iranian guy that was smuggling out like fighter jet schematics out of the United States. And we were able to get him under the Espionage Act because when it comes to like the Espionage Act, it doesn't even have to be classified. As long as it's like defense information or NDI, National Defense Information, you could be charged under the Espionage Act. So I remember that was one. But as far as like bringing it in, not so much. But definitely, people are trying to steal secrets from us all the time. All the time. So, good stuff. Who's up next? sorry.
Thank you.
Of course, brother.
I've been following your content for a while now, and you did a couple breakdowns. Did a breakdown of when you caught a guy when you were still working on the border, trying to meet up with a kid or whatever. I think he was an agent. You also broke down, I believe it was Operation Broken Shield, if I'm correct.
Yes.
When they did the corrupt cops. I just wondered how big of an issue is corruption on the southwest border with agents letting things and stuff go through, and have you ever worked on cases like that?
Yeah, definitely corruption on the southwest border because there is a lot of money to be made, by letting loads through. It's not like super common, but at least a couple times a year you're arresting dirty CBP or Border Patrol agents. I remember one case where we arrested, and that's the one I think you're referencing, where a Border Patrol agent from what was it, like the Del Rio sector, came all the way to like the Laredo area to have sex with like a 18-year-old and it was undercover and mom. But no, man, it definitely happens. There's like a border corruption task force in a lot of major areas. One in the RGV, Laredo, El Paso area, because it definitely does happen where people are getting paid off to allow loads in. It's not that common, but it definitely happens a few times a year, I would say.
Hey Myron, I love watching your content. I have a couple questions. First question, I know you covered the Syria aspect of Israel and everything. We know after Bashar left, Google was deposed by IDF and then a couple rebel groups backed by Turkey and then the Uzbeks and whatever. What do you think is next for the Golan Heights? Because I know that Israel so far has taken past control of the Golan Heights and that they want to effectively make like a fake civil war where it's between the Alawites and the Sunnis and try and like push this propaganda of this former ISIS leader being a good guy, which I personally don't think is a very good take. I mean, I get how they're all back, but what's your opinions on like the future of that region?
Yeah, no, I mean, this was their goal the whole time. I find it very suspicious that right after the Israel-11 ceasefire, these bulls kicked off and basically took Syria over within a week. It was absolutely insane. And I think that was all strategic, right? Russia was obviously weakened from their conflict with Ukraine, so they couldn't use the air power that's kept Bashar al-Assad in power for a very long time. And the rebels were able to systematically take over the country in like 2 weeks, roughly. I don't think that's by just a coincidence, as everyone would say. So, yeah, man, I think Syria is going to continue to stay destabilized. Bashar al-Assad is gone. And the thing with a lot of these dictators is these dictators end up keeping the country in peace. As much as people hated Saddam Hussein and Bashar al-Assad, etc., they kept the place relatively stable. But obviously Israel seized on the moment. They destroyed all their weapon capabilities as the rebels were moving through Syria. And this Jolani guy even said it like, oh yeah, we're not gonna, who's literally a former Al-Qaeda guy, beheading people and stuff like that. That's the new leader of Syria. He's over here saying, oh yeah, we're not gonna attack Israel. We don't really care about it. So I think that they were 100% funded and backed by the United States and against Israel because they've been trying to get Bashar al-Assad out of there for a very long time because Syria is a critical component of the axis of resistance to move weapons through Syria for Lebanon and Hezbollah. So by them getting rid of him, they were able to really weaken the resistance up in Lebanon. So yeah, dude, a lot of propaganda, 100% Israelis were involved in it, and this is what they've been looking for. And I think, the reason why, guys, I think that we're very close to war, and I think it's very important for people to know this, is that we've never had Iran in a position than they are now. And with Hezbollah being weakened with the Pager attack and their main brass getting assassinated, Hassan Nasrallah, etc., being killed in airstrike. And then you have the Houthis getting bombed right now by the United States like crazy. And then we have Bashar al-Assad basically fled, and Syria is, in shambles. Iraq has been destabilized for a very long time. Like, Iran has never been weaker. So I think Israel's looking at it like, yo, this is our ability to get a death shot and get rid of these guys, and they want to take it. And I would not be surprised if they tried to do a false flag or something else like that to ensure that there's a war. I mean, we've seen them do it with the Laban affair. We've seen them try it with the USS Liberty. 9/11, you can make the argument that Israel was involved in that. There's a whole bunch of coincidences that aren't necessarily coincidences in 9/11, where at the bare minimum, Israeli intelligence had foreknowledge that the 9/11 attacks were going to happen. Bare minimum. So I wouldn't put it past them for anything. I mean, literally the motto of the Mossad for decades was, by deception we create war. And they know that the IDF isn't a capable military where you can invade on the ground. Their intelligence would do the best for them, and they have a fantastic intelligence on it, whether it's Shin Bet, Unit 82, Mossad. And this is what they do. They start wars by doing false flags. So happens all the time.
I mean, I totally agree. What you said about like in other streams, like the axis of resistance, and how like Iran is kind of like put into a corner where they like have to act. I mean, we know you saw what happened like yesterday with Trump bombing the Yemenis, and it came out that they were like civilians in like a tribal thing. I think chat has been asking this. I want to say first shout out Castle Club. What's your opinions on Big H?
Oh. Yeah, no, definitely. I think one of the most lied about figures in history. I definitely think by far one of the most lied about figures in history. You know, obviously this is a very taboo topic to even talk about, but you know, I find it interesting that like the narrative. This is how I look at it, right? So we've been lied about. We've been lied to about so many different historical facts. You know, I just don't put it past the government or mainstream media to lie to us about something like this. Like, we know that they lied to us about a lot of the facts on October 7th, right? And this is in 2020 with advanced technology and cameras everywhere, and they still lie to our face. So you can only imagine all the lies we were told about World War II. So am I saying he's an angel? No, but I definitely do think that there were things that were embellished and lied about on him, and I do think he's one of the most lied about figures in history, for sure. So that's why I'm like kind of doing my own independent research on it and finding out a lot of things that they don't want us to know.
Thank you, Myron. Shout out OSS, and keep doing what you're doing.
Shout out to you, my friend. Real G's. Always question narrative, man. Always be looking, because, dude, one thing I learned is that they've lied to us about so many different things. It's absolutely wild.
The fuck is wrong with women?
I'm sorry?
What the fuck is wrong with women?
What is wrong with women? Oh, man. Okay.
This guy's the
I was
truth.
waiting for someone to ask a question about feminism. So, well, for one, I think they need to go back to the kitchen and they suck at everything. No, I'm just kidding. But all jokes aside, so here's the thing, right? So, as we segue into the feminism thing. Feminism has created so many problems in society. If you look at every, like, problem that we have, modern problem we have, you can always attribute it back to feminism. And my thing is this, right? A lot of women don't know what they're signing up for. So they'll sit there and they'll say, oh yeah, I want to get education, I want to make a bunch of money, become successful. That's cool. We don't tell them the consequences of that, right? You have a finite amount of time to find, you know, the best thing that you can find. You have a finite amount of time to have children. And as you increase your, what I call sexual market value, right? Or your, well, not even sexual market value because it's different, but as you increase your status and your wealth as a female, your prospects go down. But on the other hand, as a man, you don't have a timeline. You can, you know, date younger women into your 40s, 50s, 60s. And on top of that,
shit,
as you
80,
increase
90.
your value financially and status, you get more options. So women end up lowering their options when they become more successful versus men increase their options. Nice book. I got you, man. I'm gonna sign that thing. The real G. So I think if we at least tell women, hey, go in this with one eye open and understand that your success is actually going to hurt you when it comes to finding a family, I think we'd be better off. But we lie to women and tell them that they can have it all. And this is, you know, the Sheryl Sandberg, Chelsea Handler, Gloria Steinem lie, which, by the way, check their early life every single time. This is the lie that we've told women with feminism, with the whole Sex in the City. And I think women are slowly starting to kind of wake up and realizing that you can't have it all. But man, I mean, this has been going on for like 60 years, right? The feminism has absolutely been going on for a long time, and it's lied to a lot of women. So that's my big problem with feminism, is it literally puts women in a very bad spot.
What's going on, Myron? I've been watching you for about 2-3 years now. Been in a relationship for 7 years. My wife enjoys watching you as well.
Nice.
She agrees with everything you say.
Nice, nice.
2
She here
kids,
right now?
not here.
Okay, well,
She's
shout
at
out to you
home with the
watching
kids.
from home.
She's at home with the kids. I got a daughter and a son.
Nice.
What do you say to the women that disagree with what you're saying when I've been 25 years old, been in a relationship for 7 years with a woman who's at home watching my kids and lets me be a man. What do you say to the women that aren't listening to you?
Well, they're doomed, right? And this is why. And bro, congratulations, by the way. Like that's what we need. We need more nuclear families. We need more head of households. We need more men being men and more women being women. So like that's literally what's led to this country like, you know, going down the tubes is because we've lost a nuclear family. So shout out to you for having a family, something that's like underappreciated nowadays. But you know, the thing is this: what I've realized with women, right? After talking to 3,500 plus of them on my show, women put more care in how information is conveyed versus the content of the information is conveyed. When I talk with men, I can be very candid. I can use foul language. I can be honest. I can tell them they're a loser, and they'll accept it because men put more stake in the content of the information and the meritocracy of the individual providing the information. But women don't kind of adhere to that. Like if you say it to them in a way that they don't like or it's rude or abrasive, they get offended and then their feelings get in the way and they don't want to absorb the information that you're giving. So I give the information for the men because I do think that men are supposed to be leaders, and if you become that guy and you build it, they will come, right? You could take a woman that's a feminist or have feminist ideology and feminize her quick and turn her back into a woman, but you have to be on point and have your masculinity on point. So it can be done, but you know, at this man, I don't think we're going to go back. Feminism is here to stay, and I really doubt that women are going to concede any of the land or territory they're taking when it comes to the progression through feminism. So I think it's only going to get worse. And it's actually, we're outpacing a lot of these studies that are saying, oh yeah, 50% of women are going to be single by XYZ year. We're outpacing that. So I think the state of the relationships is only going to get worse. We see women dominating college attendance. We see women earning more money. We see women becoming more successful, and though that's great for them, that brings a lot of problems for them when it comes to mating because women have an issue with dating and being with men that, you know, are lower socioeconomic status. So when women have the leverage, what ends up happening is they don't settle. They want a better guy. And the guys that actually are attracted to them don't want them back because all the women are chasing the same small percentage of guys. So guys like you that have a family, that have, you know, a woman staying at home, that's great because now I know that your kids more than likely are going to become successful. They're going to come from a two-parent household, stable household. They're going to understand the dynamics of men and women. Like, it's so powerful to like me, I have a two-parent household too. Like seeing my mom and my dad together and seeing my dad being a man and my mom being a woman, you don't appreciate it as a kid, but as you grow up, you realize like, oh man, going back at 2020 hindsight, like this is so important to see my dad doing what he's supposed to do. And a lot of those characteristics have kind of been instilled in me where it's like, hey, you got a leader, you're responsible for your woman. If she wants to work, she does it electively. You know, it's your job to provide for your woman. If she wants to work, you know, she does it from an elected position versus a mandatory position. So, yeah, man, we need more guys like you, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was scrolling on X. You know, there's a lot of truth on X, plus a lot of lies, too.
Yeah, for sure.
And I seen that majority of the Jews pour a lot of the stuff that destroys masculinity in itself. What percentage of that do you think, like, affects men in the long run, like watching all that nasty 304 bullshit?
Yeah, man, I think pornography is literally one of like the biggest killers of this century, man. Like, and the thing is that it's so ubiquitous, it's so easy to access, and it's so problematic because we end up getting guys are addicted to it, man. And what ends up happening is they're like, oh, I can just bust a nut and I don't got to go out there and produce or do anything, and it's just horrible. And then when you look at who pretty much are the, you know, pioneers of porn, it's all the same group, right? So. Yeah, I think it's a problem. I'm glad that some states are like banning it, or you need to be able to try ID and stuff like that, and that's keeping a lot of people off. But people are always going to have access to it, man. And I think it's probably one of the worst inventions alongside social media that we've had.